Comms with Sirius good, ready to launch.
Roger that. Launch the vehicle, please. Jet thrusters.
Copy that. Thrusters responding well.
Ready to release.
Ready.
Release the vehicle. Straight ahead, pilot.
Copy that.
Question on the beach for you, Roland. If you're that good, can you actually make me look good as well?
That's what I do best.
And here we are, we have the seafloor in sight. Let the dive begin. We're just settling out, but we have come down on an area that's meant to be bright backscatter. Don't want to give the game away just yet, but we are at a depth of 2484 meters. Just settling out, we're still at an altitude of about 8 meters with the ROV as we come down. Facing due south 178. Cameron's been up all night measuring his methane measurements. Otherwise, we'd get him out of bed now to do his favourite Rolf Harris impersonation and say, "Can you tell what it is yet?" Nav watch lead. Once we settle down, we'll want to drop a marker here for the start of the dive, and I think that should be MCL124 when time comes. Okay, let's just hold off till we're settled up, and then we'll drop that. That looks like lumps down there beneath you, isn't it? Cool. Hey. Okay, we can come home now. That's all I wanted to see today. No, I think we're going to have a close look. Well, no, we're sitting down on some hard ground, but those look like, I don't know, from this perspective it's hard to tell, but they look like lumpy stuff sticking up from the seafloor. That wasn't just mottling in the sediment, right?
Holothurians, possibly?
I see holothurians, but I thought I could see lumps kind of back behind us. But we're still 5 meters up, so let's wait till we settle out and get down on the hillside. That's something for you guys to know as well. Back ashore is we're actually have a bit more weather on the sea surface today, so we're having to be a bit more careful with our decoupling of Sirius and little Herc motions. So everybody just needs to make sure they're good and safe today. So we see many holothurians here. I mean, Paul, that's now heading on 104 degrees. They're heading due east. And you can see a very steep slope down the hill, left to right, about a 45-degree angle. So that's north to south. Yeah, pilot, could we have a look at those rocks sticking out from the hillside down to your right? So we're going to spin out past the rocks and then turn back into them, so we're actually coming at them from below, facing uphill, and that'll keep the vehicle safe. Nav, let's wait and actually look at these rocks before we do anything. Now, Mike, they look foliated at first glance.
Indeed.
Yeah, that'd be great. And if we could get our lasers on as well, please. So we are on a heading of 007 degrees and a depth of 2488 meters. And Mike, I can see, let's think, looks like there's layering going from top right to bottom left in these things on the order of a 1 centimeter spacing, but there's also cracks coming across the opposite direction, like orthogonal to that. Dark stuff, is that all dead coral?
Looks like it.
Pilot, could we get a snap zoom? Sorry, Pilot Watchley, could we get a snap zoom of some of this coral material that's in there? Or is that not something we can get at? If we're going to proceed uphill, Nav, can we drop a marker there, please, before we go? So heading towards those rocks in the top of the field of view right now? Understood, thank you.
Was that a new marker, Chris?
No, we haven't dropped any other markers there. We hadn't actually gone anywhere yet. I think we see some nice rocks we should be able to get to look at quite clearly just above the lasers now. So, Pilot, I think that dark rock directly above your lasers now, if we can come up to that gently, that'll be a great place. And Nav, when we get there, that'll be a place to drop the next marker. And we're approaching this site on a heading of 046 degrees. And our ROV is at a depth of 2482 meters. This is another bowl that's about 1 meter across. And again, we see foliations. If we can zoom a little wider, please, video. That's it. And then, pilot, if we were going to center at all, it would be to move the lasers a little bit up and right onto the dark patch. It's on the right-hand side of the rock. Okay, up a little more, yep. Maybe we, yeah, if we could zoom right there and get in on the dark stuff, if we can hold it there as best we can. So, that's good. So we see layering there that's on the order of a few centimeters running from top right to bottom left. And it's come wide again.
Yeah, we were just flying one far away before I stirred up sediment. But yeah, that was a bit fun. Let me get a little closer now video, and we'll do a better one.
Okay, Nav, I'm ready for us to drop that marker now. This will be MCR 125, please. Go ahead,
Chris,
Mike.
the rock that's just disappearing off screen at the bottom to the right looks like there might be a little bit more layering or a little clearer layering in it. It looks
Okay.
subvertical.
Yep, I'll, do you want to look at that one first? Pilot, if you could just pan right with the lasers. And there's a rock just between the exactly halfway between the lasers and the holothurian. The gnarly one that's sticking out of the sediment there. They'd like to zoom in on that one, please. That's the one there, please. That's great.
Get a little closer to get some more light. Okay, video, let's try that.
How's that, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, it looks. Can we just pan down with that possible?
Sure, let me check that. Pilot, can we pan down and a little to the right as well? That's great. Oh. It's gnarly looking stuff,
It kind
Mike.
of looks like there's a vertical fabric in there.
Yeah, I mean there's lots of orientation in there. That's not homogeneous by any means anyway. It certainly doesn't look like the gabbros we were looking at or what we thought were gabbros on the northwest side of Von Dam.
Agreed.
Thank you, pilot. I think that's great for what they want on the beach.
Okay, it's close enough.
Yep.
Alright.
And maybe we can just have a quick look at that dark coral just to the right of your lasers. Just check what that is. Might need to pan down a little bit. I'm thinking that's dead coral material.
Okay, video, you're free to zoom.
Paul, what do you make of that?
Looks like dead coral, actually manganese coated.
So, long time dead coral.
Very dead coral.
Okay, thank you, pilot and video. That's great. Okay, Nav, this is watch lead. I think we're ready to make our first move now, please.
Yeah, watch it. We'll get started. Show pilot, slight revision. I'd like to move you 80 meters, bearing 030. That is 0.2 knots now. Sounds good. Alright, get that started. We need to come left. Bridge already 315.
Are we now, bridge, go ahead.
So we arrived on this area.
Like
We've
to request
come
a
across
ship move.
a series
80
of
meters,
boulders on the
bearing
side of the hill.
030, 0.2
Seen
knots,
one
please.
live coral and a lot of
030 degrees true,
fragments of
80
a dead
meters, 2/10 of a
coral
knot.
covered in
that.
manganese
Starting
oxide by the look of it. On a very steep slope, we think something like a 45-degree slope, so clearly this is implying that's what's falling down from uphill from here. And what we're doing now, we're actually currently, the vehicle's looking to the northwest on a heading of 348 degrees. What we're actually going to be doing is heading off about 90 degrees to our right on a bearing of 030 at 0.2 knots. We landed on an area, this is actually an area of bright backscatter we're going to pass over, heading over across to the base of Mount Doom. So we're starting off with an 80-meter move on a heading of... We think the actual locations of the vehicles today are about 30 meters west of the underlying bathymetry, so you might see a DC shift all day between where we want to be and where the vehicle appears to be on the bathymetry. So we're going to be factoring that into our system, that the vehicles may seem to be permanently slightly offset. MCR for Mid-Cayman Rise. So now at a depth of 2477 meters. Pilot, if we have a chance to zoom on that rock, that'd be great as well. So we're at, actually on the heading that we're going to be going, we're on 028 degrees, so we're looking to the northeast. This is basically the direction both Sirius and Little Herc are going to be traveling. And again, we have exposed foliated rock. Looks like a sponge on the right-hand end of the rock, and a very pretty coral on the top of the left-hand side. A Gorgonian, I'm advised. Yeah, pilot, that bit just above the lasers would be great to zoom on if we can. Thanks, pilot, and if you want to grab some video of the coral as well before we leave, you're very welcome.
Chris, this whole area seems much richer already than what we've seen in the past.
Yes, I mean, just the concentration of holothurians when we first landed. I mean, part of it is we're about 1,000 meters shallower than yesterday, Paul, so presumably the quality of the food content of the Phytodetritus landing from the seafloor is that much higher here, but it also seems, compared to where we were uphill on the top of the mountain, was also, when the dives we had on the basalts, this just seems to be higher than the other place we've been to at the same depth as well. Would you agree?
Yeah, very much so. No, it just seems there's a variety of stuff here. It's not huge, but the biomass seems higher. It'd be interesting to understand why.
Yeah, there must be something attractive around here, whether it's the absence of hydrothermal nastiness or whether it's an increased supply of nutrition we're going to find. And it is generally the case, isn't it, that even hydrothermal systems, although they have vent-specific animals close to them, you get an increase in everything else in the food chain around those areas as well. I think it's one of the first things I was taught was following biological gradients. If you see high concentrations of stuff, head towards it. And
That was certainly the case on the East Scotia Ridge. You know, there's absolutely nothing there, just pillow lavas. The first indication was either octocorals or something like that. No, just an increase in the fauna made us sort of sit up and start taking notice.
And this view isn't just a pretty view of the coral sitting here on the seafloor, but the fact that we're actually facing southeast right now. We're heading 135 degrees at a depth of 2476 meters. Shows you, looking along the slope of this hillside, just tells you how steep the terrain is.
You want to kill the lasers, John?
This is allegedly the flat part before we get started climbing up the hill. So who knows what's going to come next?
Yeah, they were picking up a little dust particle now and then. Yeah, 0.2 bearing 030. Looks like you've completed about 20 meters of what's supposed to be an 80-meter move. Ship's about halfway done.
Very nice.
Okay, I hope you've been enjoying that view. We have the ship moving now. The vehicle Sirius is going to be moving, and pretty soon now it's going to be time for little Herc to pick up as well and head off ahead. But just while we were getting started, we took the opportunity to have a look at that coral. There's a little amphipod just came into view on the top right.
Interesting the way the polyps are spaced along the stems. Very even.
And all sitting on what we think is a lump of peridotite. We haven't seen that for about 6 days, I don't think, that rock type. We had Tuesday was a day when we were on Gabbros all day.
RV nav bridge.
And then I think all of
Bridge, RV
the next few days we were
meters, 5 minutes left
driving around on basalt.
Copy that, thank you.
So now we've dropped downslope again. We're down lower on the hillside than the Von Dam site. And so just like Monday when we started very deep and worked our way up there, we saw a lot of peridocites there, and it looks like that's what we're on again today, as best we can interpret it from the video. Okay, heading out across the seafloor. Could we have our lasers back on, please, pilot? So there's a little hollow there that's about 20 centimeters across.
John, you want to turn my Z-bias down? Might as well just do it to 0. And then I'll have you turn it back to 0.7 when I stop.
You think that's what those dark stalks are, Paul? Is seagrass?
Seagrass, but some are lots and lots. To me, it looks like dead bits of coral.
Presumably all being rolled downhill from up above. Actually, if you're looking serious, there's quite a lot of rock coming up as well. Nav, if we could drop a marker here, please. And pilot, if we could look at any of these rocks as best we're able, but I understand we probably have to keep moving.
Yeah, we got pretty far behind imaging that rock and coral back there.
Okay, maybe we can shoot ahead. It looks like on Sirius there's plenty of rock ahead, so maybe we can get going and then we'll look at one of the later ones. Nav, I think that should be marker 126, is that correct? Nav, are we slowing the ship down, or has the ship finished its move already?
Our ship looks like it's within a couple
Can we
meters of finishing its move, actually.
can we get a quick zoom of the next dark rock that comes into field of view, please, pilot?
Sure. I can't help but be close to that, so. It's behind where you want to put that? Yeah, let's do a snap
Okay.
zoom on this guy.
Mike, that looks like
Arrow in
more of that
bridge.
foliated rock, whatever it is. It's the same
Bridge,
lithology
go
as
ahead.
before.
Yes,
Do you
ships all stop.
Copy that. Thank
Right.
you, Felix.
Okay,
looks like
so
some?
wide to the
Sorry, Chris, you just broke up then.
I said, whatever that lithology is, it looks pretty much the same as we were seeing before.
Agreed. There is that hint of, 10 centimeter layering it.
A little quick. Maybe that you see there's a rock off to your right, right of the lasers and up ahead of you. If we can get ahead to that one, I'll catch up far enough to that one to do a snap zoom when we get there.
pilots and launch rate, the ship is all stack. Expect Sirius to move another 20 meters left slope. Copy that. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if we can go for a snap zoom now, we'll be there in the right by the time we get there.
Ready? You want to zoom on this rock? I'll just keep rising up.
That's good, pilot. Thank you.
Okay, full wide video. Thank you.
And so we're still just coming to the end of that MCR 126 outcrop. We're on a heading of 027 and depth now at 2451 meters.
Chris, what is that over to the left? If you can swing left, is there like a giant sponge?
Pilot, do you have the ability just to swing left? Do we think we saw a giant sponge?
I think we might be too far past it.
We're up to 2450 meters, and we were at 2477 at the start of this. We've gone an 80-meter ship move, and we've come uphill about 30 meters in that time. It's like a very large coral off on the straight ahead there. Pilot, can we zoom on that coral that's dead ahead of you right now? Or are we just going to come up on it anyway?
We're debating whether or not this Sirius has stopped swinging enough. Maybe 10 more meters, not much more than that. I could slow down a little bit. Okay. Nothing straight down. Straight.
So we're looking on a heading of 043 degrees now. We're actually looking along the side of the hill of this heading. Once more, it looks like winter in Wyoming. This large bushy coral must be a spread of 2 meters left to right. Certainly more than 1 meter and about a meter high.
Not enough snow, Chris.
Hmm? Say again, Mike?
Not enough.
Oh.
Not enough snow for Wyoming.
You can still see the rocks. But I think with the particles there, I mean, it'll make a good Christmas postcard, wouldn't it?
Okay, buddy, I'm not at a good angle to set down, but I seem pretty stable here. Give me 1 second and we can try zoom. Push in a little car, you get
Any take on what form of coral that is, Paul?
Big one.
Is that a Gorgonian?
It's Gorgonian. It's a the big bush coral.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think that is really quite splendid. It's must be at least a meter across, if not more.
Yeah, I think going by the lasers, I would put it sort of 1.5. It's probably a meter tall.
for the zoom.
Quite pick out the lasers on my screen.
And they're in the center of the screen, so you might see them before
I
too
think
long.
you'll find quite a few associates with it as well.
Hey John, can you tell, are you still sliding? Very slightly.
Notice, compared with the last one we were looking at, how close the polyps are together.
Right.
And there's an alteration either side of the main stem, where they were all on one side of the main stem. So you're starting to develop
yeah.
characteristics
Nav,
for telling them
can
apart.
we drop a marker there, please? MCR 127 confirmed, and that's a depth of 2445 meters and a heading of 035. Now, Mike, it looks like there's a nice rock. If we can get over it just beyond the coral, straight over the coral and straight ahead.
Sure, looks good.
Pilot, if we're settling up directly above that coral, there's a nice rock. Looks like it's got a nice flat top and a vertical surface. Perhaps we can go over and have a look at that.
So, no one's interested in the coral now, or?
We've seen the coral.
Okay.
I
I'll just get a pretty shot of it.
Oh, did you?
Make sure
Yeah,
I
it's
don't run this nice coral over.
right. So it's downhill to the right is where we're headed. It's that rock that's due right of your lasers. I think we'd probably want to come off the hill and then come back into it, maybe?
Oh, come into it from the other side?
No, I think we'd like to see this face, but maybe this face and the one that's facing out downhill. I guess it's a function of how we're going to light it as well. If it's going to be a real problem because it's downhill, then the one to the left of the screen just now would be good as well, if that's easier for you.
Yeah, it's a little closer.
So you're having a double back on yourself as well. Yeah, if we could, I think straight up from the lasers there, please, pilot, and rather than the one that's in shadow, but the one that's brightly lit that's facing towards us, that face would be sticking out from under the sediment would be good to look at. Yeah, right about there would probably be good to start. If we could zoom, please.
Okay, video, you free to zoom?
And Nav, if we could drop a marker here as well, please. That should be MCR 128. It's more of this foliated rock. If we could pan right a little, please, pilot. Yeah, pilot, if we could just pan a little right as well, please. And we are on a heading of... Actually, I've lost our heading.
Okay, do you zoom out video?
Dave, do we have a heading reference? I was stealing your screen all the time. 020 degrees and a depth of 2443. Okay, that was good, pilot. Thank you.
Okay, anything else to look at around here? Seriously stopped now.
I think we're good, actually. I think we've checked out the rock types. We've seen that large, beautiful coral. Have a good handle on the size of these boulders. These are something in excess of 1 meter across. They're actually slightly larger boulders than the things we saw further down the slope. So I think we'll probably get things moving. Nav, I think we're ready to head on to the next move, please. We're now moving over. This is basically a lump
Meters,
at the foot of Mount Doom.
105.
We're now heading over to the base of
340.
Mount Doom itself. Our ship move is going to be on a heading of
Copy that.
340
At
degrees.
21. All right.
We're
That's
moving
starting now.
105 meters. I'm going to be doing this cautiously at a speed of 0.1 knots because we've had a very steep terrain to start the day with. And it's basically been full up for the thrusters on the ROV just to keep pace with the ship and Sirius as we come uphill. Plenty of smaller rock fragments here. This is the order of 10 centimeters or so on a side. Little Herc is facing 298 degrees. Water depth of 2440 meters. Go, Mike.
Interesting, these look like they're sitting on the sediment.
Yes, these look like they've just rolled down the hill from the left.
Okay, video, want to try to zoom on this sea star?
A lot of, well, there's black manganese oxide coating on this stuff, but also some reddy orange coloration underneath that as well.
Looks kind of like a beanie baby.
Very nice sea star. Yeah. What you can see, can you see the dark round patch in the middle?
Yeah.
That's its gut, and it has a very large stomach. And it has attached to the stomach, in each arm, it has two, what could be described as livers. And so it takes in food and it digests it in these livers. And then the anus is actually in the middle of the top of that disc. Isn't that a lovely one?
Delightful. Thanks, Paul. Okay, pilot, thank you very much. I'd like to look around if there's any more of these rocks that have that bright orange coloration. There's a little fragment just to the left of the sea star, just above your left laser. But actually, yeah, the top left corner of your screen right now, if we can go and have a look at that one, that's got a bright orange coloration to the center of it.
Okay, let me see if it's still on my leg here. Stony Ridge. And let me hop up. Back down.
So you can actually see a whole field of these clasts on the order of 10 centimeters on a side.
Okay, video.
You could quite happily believe that they've been tumbling downhill. And what's different from the rocks we saw previously is I can see this orange staining like the rock that's right in front of us now. So we're on a heading of 274. Our depth is 2440 meters. Nav, could we drop a marker here, please?
Absolutely. I'll make this
No.
129.
MCR 129. Now this is interesting because this stuff the bright orange colour speaks to me of iron oxide. It doesn't look anything like the rocks we were seeing earlier. If I wanted to be completely perjurative with my prejudices, I'd tell you that's weathered sulfide material. I mean, I'm not quite sure how you get a rock that bright orange colour. Mike, do you know of any rock alteration that would actually come out with a rock that had enough iron to make that bright reddy orange colour?
Prototype. Looking at it, the yellowy orange color, I think, is just what you'd expect on a low temperature altered peridotite. Now, I'm not saying that's not sulfide, I'm just saying that would give you the same color.
Okay.
The kind of red coloration that I'm seeing you would not get on a peridotite.
Okay. But anyway, either way, whatever it is, it's definitely a different color from what we saw before. And yeah, fluid alteration of iron-rich rocks would also do the same job.
Chris, there's another bright yellow fragment to kind of the middle of this, coming into the middle of the screen now, smaller.
Yep. Hold
Can you
up a
just
minute,
zoom on
Pilot.
that?
Wait, I'm just getting some instructions from the beach. I think, Mike, do you mean the one directly above the right laser? Sort of like, let me try that with the pilot.
Yeah,
Pilot,
just
there's
wondering
something in
if
the
we
center of the field there. Can we zoom in? There's a small, almost entirely yellow-orange thing right in the middle of the field of view.
Yeah, I'll try to get my lights to open.
It's kind of interesting that we're heading a little north and west right now, but uphill from here basically is we're going to come at it from a slightly different angle. We're going to skirt around the base of Mount Doom but head up, and our marker 3 later on today is going to be straight uphill from here, although you could ask the question whether we want to just go straight up from here and change our plans. So I think it's that rock on the right, Mike, that you were interested in, correct?
Yes.
Chris, I'm getting a little excited.
So it's bright yellow coloration there, whatever it is. That isn't the way it ever formed in the Earth's mantle or was erupted at the seafloor. They don't come out the ground that color.
I might be tempted to sulfide, because if it was a peridotite, which could have that color, you'd still expect to see the black dots of pyroxene, which you're not seeing in that.
So there's a question here from Dave, our ROV lead, whether in fact that might be a sponge instead.
We're doing alright, we are moving now, but you should have a little fun. Nothing damage at about 60 degrees.
But I think I can see you off to the right there. That looks like those foliated rocks. So
Chris, there's lots of very yellow-looking rock all over the place.
there is. The whole field of view is yellowy orange rock. Now, we did drop a marker here, didn't we?
We did drop a marker here. 129.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, those are 2 feet closer.
So we have scope here, folks. What we could do is ask the ship to stop and then just not actually make this move after all, but then just go head straight up slope from here. But I'm inclined just to keep going because we're not going too far. We can contour around the hillside and maybe we're going to see some more of this stuff. If this was just one thing on its own, I'd be ready to believe that it wasn't anything to do with the rock and the hydrothermal activity, but I think it's more the field of view when we pan out that we see multiple fragments, some of which look very obviously like rock, a lot of which has the same kind of yellows and oranges in coloration. It looks a bit too cohesive to be sulfide though, so...
I was just going to say, it does not look like peridotite. I mean, I really would not say that is not peridotite.
It looks like a crunchy bar. That's just for
Indeed.
Cameron's benefit. They have them here.
Oh, did you say
And
crunchy?
And if you look, well, maybe what we can do, Pilot, is pan straight left to there's a dark rock with exactly the same yellow color, and then we can pan up to the one that's between the two of them and above that's dark orange. So let's swing left, and then we have a dark rock, and it could well be that those two are basically part of the same rock fragment. So that's it.
Okay. The one slightly up in my stream you want?
I would go a little left. Now let's zoom there to start with, and maybe we can get all three of those rocks in the same field of view. So we have something bright orange in the top, and then maybe if we can pan left and look at the black rock with the yellow interior and the black exterior, that's on the left. Great. If we could, and in fact the closest one, that looks like it's a hollow tube. Can we zoom in on that? So we have something here it's black on the outside, red on the inside, and I can see concentric banding there on the right hand side. If I really wanted to, I could tell myself that that was a broken off bit of chimney and we're looking down the inside of it. But maybe I'm being fanciful there. Let's zoom back out again, please.
I think we would agree with you there. I mean, the kind of roundedness on the outside
Yeah, Nav,
is
let's stop
kind
the
of
ship,
convincing.
please.
We still may have to swing off and
So we know, guys, I think this is going to be worth pursuing some more, so I am having the ship stopped. We may get pulled off for a moment. Mike, if you can
Could we stop the current ship?
tell us what you're going to say, please.
Stopping the ship. Copy
Just
that.
for your reference, this is looking.
We were just agreeing with you here. I mean, the exterior of those little bits looks rounded and black, and then the interior kind of looks like the yellow stuff.
Yep.
You know, are they bit of chimney?
So I think,
Are we in a bridge?
pilot, I don't know if we have the option to do this, but
Yes, the ship is
just a
also.
little uphill to your left, bottom top left corner of your field of view now, looks again like something that could easily be a chimney lying on its side pointing down the hill towards us.
so the one we're all stopped, but you're probably gonna go another 20 meters. Copy that.
I think still up and left, please, pilot.
I'm just gonna get a quick, really tight zoom on this rock for Dave and then move on.
Very good.
Hey video. Might have gotten too close. Looks like it still has some light.
I don't think Paul can't hear you. You're not on the EX.
I'm here.
Yep. Paul, I think I'm seeing sponge on some of these. Not all of them, but some of them. What's your take?
Paul's speechless. Or are you thinking?
Still thinking.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, pilot, can we zoom wide when the video's ready, please?
Sure. Video. Nice. Yeah. We'll be there.
And then pilot, up and to your left is going to be the next thing that I'm going to want to chase after, please.
After that.
I think, like you see that rock we zoomed in on, that seems to be hollow pointing downhill towards you. I think I saw something else like that up to the top left previously.
I changed my orientation a little bit, pilot. It's about 90 degrees off the direction I'm moving. So
Yes, might we not have expected those yellowy surfaces have been covered by manganese by now?
view with
Just a minute, please, Paul. I'm just talking with the pilot.
turret behind you. Top
And I think
right.
Pilot, I
Two minis you saw.
Pilot, I think it's kind of just left of your laser. We've suddenly changed our orientation a little bit, but I think due left of your lasers was probably what I was looking at before. Maybe we can spin the vehicle a little to our left. Okay, hold there, please. No, I've lost my field of view now after we zoomed back in on that yellow rock. Can't quite see what I was looking for. Let's go straight ahead to that large lump of rock directly above us, which has got a lot of yellow staining on it. So this is now a large block. This is about 1 meter across. It's got a lot of cracks through it, heavily fractured. We're on a depth. Yeah, Pilot, I think that rock down to the right that's disappearing out of field of view, that's what we'd like to go look at, please.
Okay.
So we're just gonna...
Any particular side you want to view it from?
yeah, I think if we're on a heading of 270 now, I'd probably want to spin 90 degrees to your left. So looking upslope at it.
Okay.
Because I think probably what we're going to want to do is proceed uphill from here and see what else we find. So that's probably going to be setting ourselves up for the long term once we've got everything else straightened out. Nav, if we did, think, is this going to have us facing due south? Is that correct?
I think the Pilot's going to end up facing west here, but uphill is more or less north, maybe north,
Okay.
northwest, which is the direction we were headed on the last one.
Oh, okay, so this is pretty much the orientation we are going to want later. So I think, yeah, so if we're set up to make... Alright, let's hold off one and I'll just talk with the pilot. Yeah, I think what I'd like to do, Pilot, is we'll start down the base here, and then if you see the top of your field of view, if you can hold the vehicle a moment. Up on top, there's the yellow-orange alterations. I think we'd like to look at the dark rock, and then we'll move up on top and have a look at that as well. But let's start with the dark rock here and get an idea of what this is. So for the science team looking at home, we're basically on a heading right now of 215 degrees. We are at a water depth of 2439 meters. We are looking at a large outcrop of rock that continues off up the hillside, and that's the direction we're going to be heading shortly. This is about 50 centimeters wide. It's a dark and foliated rock that's heavily fractured.
Tether's really yanking me around too. Try to come down a little. Yeah, see, is this still moving? Yeah, we're gonna, yeah, don't,
And Nav, is it worth thinking about a ship move to bring Sirius back to help us look at this outcrop?
you should have enough tether. Yeah. Well, actually, that's gonna take
good now.
10 to 15 minutes to get Sirius back.
Okay, well, how about you check with Copilot and see whether that's something you feel the need for, or whether you're happy as you are to settle up.
Okay, well, I think we're gonna find it difficult to get to all of this if we don't move. So it's your choice whether you want to really look at this or just get a quick glimpse and then continue upslope.
Okay, Pilot, I would like us to move about 2 meters further forward so we can look down on top of the orange alteration, if it can do that, and pan down. Do we have enough tether to do that?
On this rock here,
Yep.
look down on the orange.
So I think we want to move forward so I can look at the orange stuff that's on the top of the field of view. If you look at the lasers are about 1/3 up from the bottom, and the stuff that's 2/3 up from the bottom right now. There's some orange stuff dead ahead, so I don't know how we would get to look at that, but
I can try to hover over it and look down. It won't be
that's...
very stable. For
Nope, that's fine. But I think that just drive forward and look down.
Yeah, actually, I was all set up.
Oh, sorry.
You feel like you're still moving? Very slightly, but he's getting close to the end of his tether, so he won't have much of a working area there. He should be just about to go. Well, actually, we'll just do a zoom here.
Very good.
That I was set up for. As long as that's
Thank
good.
you. Sorry, Pilot.
Definitely won't reach those rocks in there. Beyond this one. Maybe you'll see something interesting.
Well, there's a lot more fracturing in the rock there. I mean, that's what's really impressing me. You can see these deep, dark cracks through the rock. And then the bright orange discoloration as well. You can see the inside of it. Although it's dark on the outside, that may just be the manganese oxide. There's probably... Looks like there's probably not a single grain of that rock's been left intact on the inside. It's all been altered away. So that bright orange is not a rim on the outside of the rock, that's the interior that's extensively hydrothermally altered. So that's a really nice view, pilot. Thank you very much for that. And then before we get pulled away, if we could just get up and have a look down from on top and get a zoom wide to get a bigger feel for just how extensive this is. And that's what you can see, is you can see more of the rock exposed, its interior from above. So I think if we could just fly over it and look down on it as well. And then we'll be heading off. And then the team on the beach, this looks much more like hydrothermally altered rock to me now. I think that's what we're seeing with all these colours. So my inclination is going to be more not to go shooting straight up the hill here, but to scout round and stick with the original plan and follow the bright backscatter. So if that's okay with you guys.
Sounds good. Would you buy hydrothermally altered pillows?
It's hydrothermally altered something. I suppose it could be. Do you think that might be pillow morphology, Mike?
That first one, as we flew over it, you know, you could kid yourself it had a curved surface on it.
But I see.
This stuff
I
looks
see
a little more
foliation here.
Agreed.
But it's just trashed, basically. It's very hard to see what it might have once been in its past life. It's extensively altered. I'm getting excited about what we're going to find at the top of the hill later now. Okay, Nav. I think we're ready to move to the next area now, please. Very happy with this, what we've seen here. Did we ever make it to D02?
We did. We went to D02 and then we started this last move up to D03. Because we didn't appear to do it on high path because of the offset. I told you videoing on this. Zoom in on this.
Okay. I missed the point when we actually made the move, when we passed through D02.
Would be MCR 128.
128 was at D02. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we see extensive, more yellowish coloration. And we're making our speed at 0.1
Gold!
here.
I see gold!
And we're proceeding at 0.1 knots, is that correct? That sounds good to me as well. I don't want to go too fast up here, it's too interesting.
It's really good, Chris.
Meters at a couple of meters off.
0.1 knots.
So we're on biogenic carbonate with holothurians, and then immediately to our left and going up slope on a heading of around 340 is going to take us up over more of that hydrothermally altered rocks.
0.2 knots.
0.1.
As we're
0.1.
basically
Alright,
at the
starting
base
now.
of Mount Doom.
Thank you.
It's living up to its title, and we're beginning our ship move.
Chris, I guess we could have been seeing that sub little bump. In other words, you know, we're quite close to the top of the sub little bump on the south of Mount Doom. That might have been its own little hydrothermal system built on Mount Doom.
It could be. I think there's well, I think that's an interesting thing. There's another one of those mounds we're going to come down and visit later on. But for now, let's keep proceeding uphill and see what else we find. Certainly that was part of the logic of starting on the small mounds to the south of the big cone. That was exactly where we found some really quite impressive hydrothermal activity on the Von Dam site. So we're approaching from the same orientation over a similar morphology before we start climbing up the steep hill. We're now on a heading of 028 degrees. We seem to have lost that hydrothermal staining. We've moved across onto a different set of rocks. Plenty of corals again here, both live and dead. Something like 50% sediment cover. And again, the rocks look more foliated than anything here. Nav, could you remind me the move we're making just now?
So I think we're moving 70 meters bearing 340, which should take us right up the nose of this ridge to marker D03.
Very good, thank you. So that's it. We're heading up the ridge we picked out from the side scan or from the sonar data previously. We're going to be on a heading of 340 degrees, moving 70 meters. That'll take us about halfway up towards the summit of Mount Doom. So there is plenty of sediment cover here compared to what we'd seen at Von Dam, and that would explain why the sonar of the main conical mound itself is a lot darker than Von Dam. Plenty of biogenic carbonate sediment. Pilot, if we get a chance to zoom on that rock that's just coming above the lasers now, that'll be good.
Yes. Could you zoom on this rock above the lasers?
Has that got striations in it going from 2 o'clock down to 8 o'clock?
Looks like. Yes, you can see a lot of texture that's exactly as Paul said, going from top right to bottom left. Some cracks running through the rock parallel to that as well. And I don't think, Mike, I don't think we can sustain that this is basaltic rock here. I see definite foliations in this stuff. One L. Okay, thank you, pilot.
Okay, video when you're ready.
And actually, Nav, if we could drop a marker there as well, please, because that's us back on fresh, unaltered rock there.
Copy that. Copy marker 120.
Thank you very much. So the time is 16:11 UTC. We are continuing our exploration of the Mid-Cayman Rise. We're at a water depth of 2435 meters on a heading of 333 degrees. What do we have here? That's nice and slabby again. If we can steal a zoom on that, or a snap zoom as we come past.
Oh yeah. Get still here.
And Nav, if we can drop another marker here, please, for this rock.
Copy that. Dropping marker 131.
So again, I see it. It's dark. It's
Still pretty dim here.
we'll zoom in. I think that dark face that's just above your lasers now. If we could, if you got the chance to get that one in, that we could zoom on, that'll be good.
Chris, can you note the marker? Okay, I locked up for a bit by the look of it.
I think we did. It's marker 131.
3-1.
Yes.
Go.
You seem to be out by a couple. I noticed that when you put in your 128 entry as well.
Arobina Bridge.
128 was when we
Bridge?
turned
Yes,
uphill. Paul.
4 or 5 meters to go. 45
Copy,
meters
4
to
or
go.
5 meters. Thank you.
Okay, video. Can I get a zoom on that black dot there?
So Mike, hang on, Paul. Hang on, Paul. Mike, I was wondering, a few days ago you were telling us there was something you could look for in textures in these rocks, looking for a knobbly preferential weathering in one kind of rock rather than another? Was that for gabbros or peridotites?
Chris, for peridotites, it's interesting. Peridotites are not happy at the sea floor, and they always pretty much alter very easily. But it depends at which temperature they get altered. If they get altered at higher temperatures, 300 degrees C, what it produces is a relatively hard black rock. If they get altered at seawater temperatures, less than 100 degrees C, then what you would do is heavily alter the olivine mineral and turn it to iron oxide, hence the bright yellow color we talked about earlier. But the pyroxene minerals don't weather as well, so they'll stick out as resistant lumps. And in fact, the previous people that dived in this area described them as fruitcake rocks because basically the pyroxenes looked like pieces of fruit in a cake.
That's a nice analogy. Thanks, Mike. Okay, thank you, pilot. We're ready to zoom out from that. That's a nice shot we got there. Okay, that was great, pilot. Thank you very much. And let's continue along our way. So we're approaching this next rock now. We're on a heading of 031 degrees. We're at a water depth of 2431 meters. And I think if we can, Nav, if we can drop a marker as we get to the wrist rock as well, please. That should be MCR 132, I believe. Confirm, that's marker 132 going in. Again, we have a dark foliated rock on the side of the hillside. And it's, again, it's got this rounded nature to the outside. You can actually see some yellow discoloration inside there. There's a little bit that's been broken away at the top of the rock. That would fit these ideas Mike had, that if you alter these things at relatively low temperature, it's the olivines that get weathered out. See a nice banding there on the order of 5 centimeter or so separation coming from top right to bottom left. But it's this smooth exterior that makes it look more like the things we thought were gabbros earlier in the cruise elsewhere had much sharper corners. They had sort of good right angle corners where the rocks were fragmented. These are sort of knobbly on the outside. They have a curvilinear exterior. They're not as beautifully curved as pillow basalts typically are, but they don't have the sharp edges that we'd seen in gabbros earlier. Thank you, pilot. And a lot of dead coral here, once again. Been seeing a lot of that today. Pilot, can I just ask, sorry, Nav, did we drop a marker there? And if not, could we drop one now, please?
We did drop 132 there.
So we did, thank you very much, sorry. Bit of a brain meld there.
We have a marker here already, Chris?
Yes, we do, it's marker 132. And I did actually post that at 11:20 in the event log, I see. I just forgotten all about it, I was so busy describing the rock. I'd forgotten what I did 60 seconds ago. I'm having trouble with my attention span today. Too much information. We've made too many discoveries this cruise. It's hard to store it all in one brain.
Getting too close to Mount Doom.
Is that what it is? Out targets in the sonar. There's one directly ahead of us about 25 meters out, if I understand the scale correctly. But it's actually the direction we're heading as well, so we're going to go over and have a look at that. Otherwise, on this heading, we're on a heading of 049 degrees, and you can see the hill dropping away sharply from left to right downhill. So we're looking northeast. That's basically north is to our left, east is to our right. Well, no, it's not. Northeast, northwest is to our left, southeast is to our right.
Make it go by. You might just.
And we have a pilot at the end of his tether, ladies and gentlemen. And he's only just got in the seat, it seemed like. Okay, we got at least one smile out of Bobby before the end of the day. That's good.
Another effect of Mount Doom.
I know. There we go. It's the Mount Doom curse, apparently, Bobby. Just don't bite the navigator's finger off. No, I think just to zoom in on any of the sharp rock faces, the darker ones that might expose something. Probably straight above the lasers there, actually, the vertical faces. And Mike, sure, if there's anything in particular you want to look at, you can drive us from there, please, and I'll give the pilot some instructions.
It's lunchtime.
Oh, I see.
Nav, this is Bridge.
Caught you with your mouth full, huh? Maybe we can swing around
The
to the
problem
left,
here is
pilot, please.
Only about 2 meters.
Go ahead,
The
Mike.
problem here is the manganese coating, as you know.
Yep.
It's just tough to see. I mean, this one does look a little more massive, I have to say, the way it's kind of breaking. You could imagine that there's a relatively massive rock under there that's covered in manganese.
Yeah, it's just hard to see on the face. Pilot, I don't know if we can just come in from, let's think, if we were facing to our right and looking at it, so maybe up to the left of the rock and then turn back through 90 degrees. Great. Yeah, go ahead, Nav. I think stopping and collecting ourselves is a good idea. And we could zoom on.
Chris, in the background there.
Yeah, I
Chris,
see
in the
that,
back,
Mike.
there seems to.
I think what we're going to have to do is let the ship settle up. Pilot, so you see those tall vertical slabs in the distance? We were going to want to go and look at those at some point, but I suspect we can't do that just now. Let's go have a look, please. So we are now, Mike, so you know, and everyone at home, we're heading due north on a heading of 002 degrees. And our water depth here is 2421 meters. Take the time to look at these rocks. We'll zoom in a moment. And it could well be there's a little bit of foliation from top right to bottom left. If we could zoom in further, please. If anything, I'd be inclined to say there's something from upper left to bottom right on that that's being picked out by the... But again, it's covered a lot of manganese oxide, so it's probably hard to be definitive. Okay,
But I agree, I see what you're seeing.
Can we zoom wide again, please, pilot? And I wonder if we can have a look at that just to the right of the crack that's right of your lasers. Okay, if we went kind of up from your right-hand laser now, please, Bobby. If we could zoom on that just above the lasers before we run out of time. Is that possible?
We can try. That's all the up in the
Okay.
with the steepness, but
Okay.
let's see what we can
Let's zoom and see what's in the field of view. Maybe we can come a little bit. Okay, let's hold there.
If you want to lift it above that, slowly come off, we can get that area.
Yeah, either up or right. Either one would be.
Whichever you want.
Well, let's go a little right, and then come slowly up along there. So that's good, and then up,
Slowly go
and
up,
that'll be us
move
lifting
it,
off.
move it simply.
Nav, did we drop a marker here already?
Yeah, no, yeah, well,
Okay, let's drop a marker here, please. Very good. MCR 133 at that outcrop. We're at a depth of 2423 meters. And we're facing this on a heading of 034 degrees. And there's even some pretty biology there as well. That's great. That's great, Bobby. Thank you very much.
Leave it in video until we get this out of here, and we're gonna come wide and push on.
And then Nav, I think we'll be ready to start to think about the next ship move, please.
Go ahead, come wide.
I guess D04, which is going to be contouring around the side of the mountain. And so everybody knows that basically where our marker 133 was dropped was pretty much coincident with our waypoint D03 for today. A swimming holothurian there for your delectation. And plenty more hanging out on the seafloor here as well. It's an interesting thing today. Even our most boring shots over 100% an interesting thing today. Even our most boring shots over 100% biogenic carbonate have been more interesting than the same kind of lithologies or the same kind of sediment type elsewhere on this cruise. That we have a much higher concentration of holothurians. And in my ever optimistic view that there's something good just around the corner, then this abundance of biomass somehow, if there's this many more holothurians, for some reason that means there's more food around here. The depth is the same as it is elsewhere on the hill, so the pressure's the same, the water temperature's the same, but something's different because there's more of them. And we do know that, as one example, which I'll use in my high prejudice terms, that hydrothermal systems have a lot more biologic productivity around them. They basically have an enhanced biomass, so I would like to believe there's evidence of hydrothermal stuff's not too far away. But we'll see if we get lucky. Can we zoom on that pilot? Is that woodfall or broken coral? That looks like wood to me. Can we get a marker here, please, Nav?
134, Chris?
That's correct. That's MCR 134 is this Woodfall site. We're on the eastern flank of Mount Doom at a depth of 2423 meters, and our heading right now as we're looking at this is 356. Would you like to zoom along that, Paul, or pan along that to look at what's living there?
Please.
Yeah, pilot, if we could actually sort of pan along the length of it slowly, maybe? See what's making a living out of this fallen wood. That's great. And then just work our way right to left. What are those little things crawling around on there, Paul? Any idea?
Amphipods, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Sandhoppers.
Hmm. And then some little worms on the far end.
They look like serpulids again.
That was
That
great,
sort of
Bobby. Thank you
honeycomb
very
you...
much.
Sorry, Chris.
And as we come out, we'll be able to see the lasers coming to the field of view, if they're on there. And then we'll get an idea of just how big that piece of wood was. There we go. So about 15 centimeters is total piece. Sorry, Paul, go ahead. I interrupted you just now.
The honeycomb appearance you can see inside is very typical of something that's been bored by Xylophaga.
Ah, okay. So, moving on again. Letting little Herc get out ahead of Sirius again. So right now, Sirius is on a heading of 027 degrees, and little Herc is driving out ahead. Some sponges there on some little boulders. Looks like the sediment drape is going the same direction we are, so it's going to be hard to look at these rocks with any ease of view. Maybe the next one over, Bobby? The one that's on the lasers right now. Can we do a snap zoom on that as we come past, or we need to keep moving? No. A little snap zoom, I think, just to see what we've got.
Good.
The ship's all stopped.
And if we could drop a marker here, please, Nav. It should be MCR 135. Mike, would you like to describe what you can see in the rocks here?
You do such a good job. These are interesting. I mean, there could be a slight difference in here in that these are kind of, more bobbly. I mean, there's just a hint that this could be underneath that MN crusting. Something like a conglomerate.
Okay, I'm afraid the ship's still moving us. But
I mean, rather than conglomerate, wrong word. Breccia is what I really should have said.
Right.
I mean, one wonders if that could be a breccia under that manganese coating.
okay, I think yeah. Go ahead, Nav. Yeah, we'll continue that. Thank you. And if we could just do a snap zoom on that foliated rock, please, Bobby. Okay, Mike. I think that's there. We can see the very clear foliation going left to right across the screen.
Go ahead.
I think that's reassured me we're still back on the same rock type. I can see very clear layering there.
Okay.
It's just
Agreed. That looks just the same
I
as
think,
we've seen
yeah,
earlier.
I think the other one is if you look on the top surface of this rock, maybe Bobby, if you just bring us up a little bit, yep, and you can see that upper surface has that undulating, rounded nature. I think that's what we were looking at the other rock as well. It was the way we were coming at it, that the exteriors of these things, and that top surface, Mike, more than anything I've seen today, makes me think of sort of serpentinized peridotite. It's got that almost like soapstone exterior surface to it and veining through it. So I think I'm becoming more calibrated today than I have been yet. That there's deep foliation in the exposed surface that's below the lasers there, and that nice smooth rounded surface. You can imagine running your hand over the outside of the upside of that. There wouldn't be any friction on there at all. It'd be a I'm becoming more happy that I now know what kind of rock type we've been looking at most of the day today. So it was MCR 135. Looking at that from that orientation, we were on a heading of 309, and the depth there was 2427 meters.
Agreed that it looks similar to what we've seen before. I don't think there's any doubt about that. The question that it raises, though, is why is this stuff sitting above, the background seafloor? And that's the question we have to answer if indeed these are peridotites. What's pushed them up?
Well, part of that's going to be to keep driving around and actually mapping out where we see the same things, and I guess that's the profusion of rock markers we've been dropping today, is so we can come back to that and see all the different places where we do see this kind of rock outcropping or sitting on the seabed. So we're about halfway along our line now from D03 to D04. We're continuing on a heading of around 030 degrees. Still at pretty much the same depth of 2430. I think those are all holothurians. I wonder what it is that makes them so happy around here. Let me see, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Must be 15 at least, maybe 20 in a field of view there. Huge concentrations of them. Somebody should get Dave Billett on the phone in Southampton and make sure he's watching this. There's a little fish there. Bathipterois, apparently. It's the name of the fish.
Sorry, Chris.
Steve's take on it. Don't worry, it wasn't me suddenly becoming a proficient biologist. I'm just reading from the event log.
Nice colour.
Especially for Mount Doom. Black's the only colour for the day. Beautiful detail on the tail fin and on the sides as well. Very
Really
cute.
are the most obliging of fish when it comes to... Oh, maybe they're not.
You spoke too loud, Paul. You frightened it. No, it didn't go far. He just resettled down the bottom right. But anyway, time to move on. I think we got some very nice pictures of that. Ah, some disruptions in the sediment just here. Look at the topography on that on the right there. Look how that's been thrown up.
White thing, and then we'll go look at this looks like
It's very smooth, isn't it?
careful, Hyatt.
But I was just thinking this.
What do you think there? Tugging on me even though I'm directly below.
No, that's a very long scour. Or
Could be. I'm showing bottom a little less than 20 meters.
pilot, can we have a look at this stuff under your lasers just now? It seems like the sediment on the left has been thrown up quite high. Must be. And just go left. The stuff above the scarp. So there's a slope there, and then above it on your left there. That stuff that's standing about 10 centimeters up from the sediment says things of whatever it is that's done this has pushed sediment up above the previous layer, as well as the very smooth surface. I think just down below lasers, maybe we can zoom out a little. Look how flat that surface is in the bottom center of the picture there. That kind of happened very long ago, whatever it was that did that, to make that kind of smooth scour. Let's drop a marker here, please, Nav. That's what I have, MCR136. And it's a sediment scour. We're in a heading of 010 degrees and a depth of 2433 as we're looking at that. If it really is the case that these things are made by diving sperm whales, we're definitely back in the right range. And that suggests the sperm whale's about half an hour ahead of us, straight up the direction we're going now. Let's chase it, guys. Can we have a look at, is that another little white shell in the bottom of that scour just to the left? That's different from the one we did the snap zoom on before, isn't it? So this is still pretty much the same MCR136 site. Any idea from anybody what we're looking at there from the beach, or Paul?
I think it might be another Nautilus shell.
Oh, Nautilus, okay. Just a fragment of it. They don't live in the sediment, do they, Paul?
No, they're macroplanktonic quasi-nectonic.
And would they inhabit these depths, or would that be a dead one that's fallen from shallower in the ocean?
Could be either. They're generally tropical, subtropical.
But they don't hang out near the seafloor necessarily, do they?
Not necessarily, no.
Maybe that was the one that the looks like that's another one there caught in that. There's more disturbed sediment there, and another one of these, another fragment of the same thing. Okay, so now I'm going to tell you a great story about what this is, as a geologist talking biology. This was a nautilus that was trying to outrun a sperm whale. As the sperm whale chased it towards the seafloor, didn't quite get out the way, and the sperm whale grabbed it, but couldn't brake fast enough, and that's all the sediment disruption as well. How's that for a theory?
At this moment,
it's
almost like as good as any.
I won't bother to type it in the event log, but it's not inconsistent with the data. How about that?
I do find this sediment disruption very interesting, but I really don't have a sensible explanation.
Steve would like to know why a sperm whale was chasing a nautilus, but I think we'll let Diva come up with that, and she can put it in the dive report later for us.
Average.
Maybe it was the other way around, Diva.
5 meters left.
Maybe the nautilus was chasing the sperm whale.
Just private line. Okay.
If we could drop another marker here, please, Nav.
Copy 137.
Very good.
Units.
That's MCR 137. We're basing on a
Nav,
heading
bridge,
of
ships all
318
stop.
degrees.
Go ahead, Gideon. See.
Depth is 2442 meters. We're looking at a dark foliated rock, about 30 centimeters left to right and 50 centimeters tall.
So gentlemen, the ship has stopped. Okay. I expect to go slightly downhill now. And it could be going slightly downhill.
So it's more of the same rock we've been looking at all day, I believe. And as Mike pointed out, exactly what it is, we can't tell just from the video alone. We're going to have to come back at some point and grab a piece of it and bring it up to the surface and confirm that. Our working plausible hypothesis is that it's peridotite that we're looking at, but that's going to take some thinking about of exactly what that would imply geologically about the area that we're working in.
Thanks, Brian.
Navis watch lead.
Go ahead.
Is our ship approaching the end of its move now?
The ship just completed the move. The vehicle should be swinging into place in the vicinity of 304.
Very good. And I presume we'd like to settle up there before we make this sharp turn to D05.
I would, yes.
Very good. So you know what's happening at home. Basically the ship has now made its move towards D04. This is about as far north as we're going to go on Mount Doom. We're now at the northeast corner. We've come up the eastern flank. We didn't see any of the tube worms or the sulfide sediment gravel that I was hoping to see today. I do apologize. And what we're going to do now is the ship has finished moving. We're going to let the vehicle swing in underneath the ship, and then what we're going to do, we're stabilizing there because we have quite a sharp turn. We do basically a 90-degree turn to our left to fly along the north flank of Mount Doom is our next move. And then, before we do any of that, we just want to let all the vehicles all just settle out together. Pilot, if there's any chance for us to look at those rocks that were over to the right, if we didn't see them already.
Yeah, I had that right. I got distracted by this little piece. This
Okay.
looks like more of the same.
Well, if you're there, I'm... Okay. Nope, you're already moving. Sorry.
Would you like to go back to it, or?
We're probably going to come back that way anyway, so let's go look at those ones dead ahead. I think looking uphill is probably an easy way to look at them anyway, right? So I think that one straight left of your lasers now would be a good one to look at, please. What I am interested in is whether there's a slight yellow discoloration about halfway up on the right of that rock.
Yeah, you can zoom in. Bear with me while I see. I'm gonna have to reposition.
Very good, pilot. So you know it's the rock directly above your right laser there is the one I'm most interested in. And the good news is this is quite coarse sediment around here, so that should settle out pretty fast. And now if we could drop another marker here, please.
138.
Depth here is 2452 meters. And as we're facing this rock, our heading is 125 degrees. So yeah, if you go straight right on your lasers now, Bobby, there's a slightly yellowy orange color on the rock there. And we haven't seen any of that in the rocks since that marker 129 earlier on, so it'd be nice to know whether this is rock alteration or just something brown living on the outside of it.
Sorry for the glass.
No problem. We'll be able to see through that when we zoom, I'm sure. Yeah, actually there's just a little hint above your left laser. Actually on top right, if you go top right of your screen right now, it looks like looks like some of that orange honeycombing texture.
Video, the markings?
So this is somewhere where again we seem to be seeing this orange coloration inside the dark exterior of the rock.
Best bet might be on that tip at the top of the rock, under that overhang.
Yes, that's where we're headed, Mike. So directly above the right laser now.
Get us up a little bit.
Yeah, you see that very bright yellowy orange. I'm not sure if you can just lift us up a little, Bobby.
We're full up.
Okay.
Video becomes one more. I can reposition while I see this be done.
I think it'd be worth it. The other thing, well, the other one that's directly above your left laser, there's a little dark knobble sticking up amongst the sediment, and I could see the orange inside that as well. Whichever one is easier. I think the one on the right we were just trying for is more obvious if we reposition.
I think we're going to have to reposition for either one of them.
Well, let's go for the one on the right then, the one we were just trying to get. I think that would be well worth trying. And are we okay with Sirius in terms of its motion? We have the ship stopped right now.
Yeah, we should be okay for a while.
Okay, good. I mean, Mike, I don't think I've seen this yellowy-orange colour for quite a while. I don't think that's just because we didn't stop and look at the rocks.
Agreed, but my guess is that they're all the same. It's just that, you know, here we're just fortunate that a bit of the manganese coating has fallen off and we can actually see under it.
Okay, so it's just, right, this is just where it happens to be exposed, but there's no reason not to think that everything we've looked at today, if you broke it open, if you hit it with a hammer, would have had the same yellow-orange coloration in it as well.
I mean, that clearly is a possibility.
Yeah.
It might not be so, but it is a possibility.
Right. I guess that's it. You only know what you definitely have observed. You can only surmise about what might happen in other places where you didn't have the opportunity to make the observation. But I think right under the left laser dot right now is going to be what we're going to look at. And that's quite interesting, actually. That's an interesting point, Mike, because that means that what we saw at the MCR 129 site wasn't that special. It was the place where we could see it clearly. Although, again, I think we'll have to go back, because I think if there were things there that really did have the concentric rings I wanted to believe they had, then that would actually suggest that was something other than this. Now, I can almost believe, Mike, on these, I can see little pebble dash textures inside that yellow coloration. Letting the dust settle, but you can see little brown knobbles. So this really would be that fruitcake alteration you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I guess I would expect them to be black, the knobbles themselves.
Well, I pressed the rocks basically the rocks. Trying to use as little as possible.
I think the texture's right here, but I think it's more a matter of a darker orangey brown against a paler yellowy orange background. And from this distance, it just looks like one uniform orange color. But I can see darker blobs. Darker blobs against a paler matrix. But it's browns and oranges rather than black and yellow.
Yeah, the you know, the reddy orangey color is not what you'd expect on a prototype.
Okay. I think we'll have to wait till we see the stills in the high definition video, but we've definitely acquired the data here to pursue that further. So we just get one more zoom, maybe. It's beautifully centered just now. Because again, it's the thing. It may well be the way it's projecting for you back ashore on the lower res video feed. It may just be that the browns and yellows, and again, we can analyze that in more detail later. That brown blobs that are against the yellow background may all look more uniformly orange across the whole. But then again, I also need your eyes calibrated so I know what shade of yellow you'd be looking at if it really was hydrothermally altered peridotite. But I can definitely see blobs inside that the discolored area. Okay, thank you, pilot.
Yeah, Chris, just for information, I'm staring at the computer video screen, and it is appreciably different to what's actually being projected on the big screen.
Yeah, I think that was the one on the top. Oh, actually, no, there it is, just to the left there. And actually, when we look at this kind of extreme close-up using the quality of the cameras we've got here, we can actually see this discoloration in a lot of the rocks all over the place. But that does look like a little bit paler just there. And I'm just checking whether I've dropped a marker here. Okay, we're still at 138. We haven't moved the ship. We're just So that was marker 138, where we have hydrothermally altered rock. Orange discoloration inside a black foliated rock. That's the bit we can see.
Chris, the vugginess as well, you know, the holes in it is not what I'd expect in a peridotite either.
Okay. And basically, it looks like here, Mike, that it's entirely black manganese oxide coating on the outside and entirely iron oxide material on the inside. And you got me thinking now when you said the word vugginess, is whether those could also be just flow channels, basically the little cavities we're seeing there. I've actually, I've held pieces of sulfide chimney in my hand, and you look for the flow paths of where they go. So I think, pilot, if we could get this little hole, a little crack down at the bottom of the screen, if we could get that, if we could zoom in on that, if that. I mean, there's no way. Actually, no, don't worry. That's got to be a rock. There's no way that's anything sulfidic. I don't believe. If it is, it would be a huge monster of a thing. Actually, I tell you what I'd like to do, Bobby. If we can come down to the left and look along the length of this thing, you see there's two pieces of rock to your left and to your right. And I'd like to look, so we're looking along the one that's to your left towards the one on the right. I was just looking at the lasers there. If that's only 10 centimeters, then that's only like each block of that is about a meter. We should just look along the length of that, because the way the vugginess was oriented, if those were flow channels, And look at the view on Sirius. I just want to convince myself that this couldn't be looking along the length of a piece of chimney. You could have a chimney that size and shape. If it had flow paths, it would run up along the orientation we're looking now, parallel to that. And then if we can do that, if we can fly towards it along this direction, Bobby, and then any one of the faces that's facing you, if you can actually, if there's one that lends itself to being able to look at it end on. And what we're going to be looking for is some more of that yellow-orange discoloration. So we're coming at this now on a heading of 235 degrees and a depth of 2453 meters. And I don't know if you're following with me ashore, but one of the things that struck me here is these things, I mean, it looks almost like the length of a tree trunk. And these pieces of rock, they're actually separate pieces, but they all have the same kind of aspect ratio. They're elongated the way we're facing right now, but they're less than a meter across. And when we were looking at the thing that Mike called vugginess, that got me thinking that when we zoomed in, there were little dark hollows in that exposed surface. And I just want to explore whether or not that could actually be, this could actually be a piece of hydrothermal chimney that's broken into multiple fragments, and the paths are basically heading along the length that we're driving towards. Co-pilot, I'm not sure how much flexibility you have right now, but if we could add some lighting of what's lying in front of Sirius and light that up.
Carl, is there any way you can put some more light on the to get the overall picture of the way this runs? We'd have to move the ship to get more light on it more. I think the
Okay.
idea of like cool, I mean, if my camera's at 45 degrees. I can try coming down a few meters and see if it lights it up farther ahead.
No, okay, pilot, I think that was wishful thinking. This looks more like lumps of boulder. My mistake. My apologies.
Sorry about that. Well, it's a surprising turn right along this station. Really, you just kept getting pushed to the left of it.
Okay. Okay, Nav, presumably the ship and everything is settled up while we've been doing that?
Affirmative.
Okay.
5.
Yep, let's let I move to D05. Thank you. So the time is 17:23 UTC, 12:23 here in the control van on the Okeanos Explorer, and 1:23 in the afternoon at the ECC in Rhode Island. We are exploring the flanks of Mount Doom, about a kilometer east of the Von Dam hydrothermal field on the Mid-Cayman Rise. We have traversed up the flank of and around the east of the Mount Doom conical high. Today we've seen whatever the rock type is that we've been seeing is extensively hydrothermally altered when we see it broken open. A lot of manganese oxide coating on the outside, bright orange weathering textures on the inside. We've come round to the northeast corner, and now we're going to head west along the north side of the topographic high. Once we've made that move, I think it's about 100 meters or less to get there, and then we will be heading left and uphill.
What will the speed be? 0 to
And at the top, you dump the ring.
Say again, please, Mike.
At the top, you dump the ring.
That's the one. Yep. I find a big hole like the one at the top of the Von Dam side, and we drop it down there.
Here you go, Juan. So here's another look at that line of rocks. A little less stuff in the
Yeah, if we could zoom right on that end that's just above the lasers now, please. That's good. And then up a little, please. Yep. And I think just above the lasers there's some yellow coloration again. So we can zoom right in.
I think this is that original rock you're looking at just from the top view.
Yep, just looking at it from a different orientation. And that was it. I just wanted to ensure myself that it wasn't a hollowed out chimney with fluid flow paths going up through it. And I think it isn't. I think it's just Mike's take was that it was just Vaginis, it's just basically pervasively altered. I suppose if the rock has some foliation in it, then clearly it's going to alter along those foliation channels as well. So that's probably what's doing that. Okay, thank you very much, pilot. That got me the view I wanted to eliminate that idea. And we're getting ready to start the next ship move. And Nav, could you give me the details of the ship move we're planning?
60 meters on a course 3000, 0.2 knots.
Very good, thank you. So we're just getting ready to head out. The ship move is going to be 60 meters along a heading of 300 at 0.2 knots.
Just chatting out loud while we move, but
Yeah,
looking at the map, the dark grey area to the north of Mount Doom, I'm going to guess is basically a divot, a hole caused by one of the big faults that extend down the slope to the north of the map. So, I mean, again, it looks like this thing is building on one of the cross-cutting faults.
Oh, I see. Yep, gotcha. And it certainly is true, Mike, that I can understand now why it is that, although the topography here is very similar to Von Dam, we can see just there we just span through a heading of.
Go ahead.
60 meters.
Let's see, we're on 350 now, so we're looking at 300.
60 meters.
And
Did you say
it was a very steep
330
slope, about
degrees?
45 degrees downhill.
I'm sorry, 300.
We're looking kind of straight down slope now on a heading of 030.
Knots, starting it now.
But this steep scarp, it's very similar in angle to the topography of the Von Dam site. But the thick sediment cover explains full well why it is that it looks so different on the backscatter and the sonar, that clearly whatever caused this to be generated in the first place, it's been pretty quiet for a while for this much sediment to have had time to accumulate.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know the timescales. I mean, it's a bit like yesterday. I mean, that clearly was volcanic ridge. It clearly looks on geological time to be recent, yet there was still, you know, at least a meter of sediment above it. I mean, it really suggests that the sediment builds up very quickly.
Yes, I mean, that's a good point, Mike, and it would be, maybe that's one of the things to do, is just try and actually do some sediment coring here in the future as well, just actually get some background data on actually what the rates of biogenic carbonate sediment accumulation are, because that would be an invaluable tool here when we'd be making estimates that we think in general things are about a centimetre per 1,000 years. It's very hard to imagine carbonate ever accumulates more than 10 centimetres a 1,000 years though, so we're probably right to within an order of magnitude. But that immediately says that, well, if you have a metre of sediment, that's 100 centimetres, that's, you know, as much as 100,000 years, and certainly more than 10,000 years, you would guess. It would be quite extreme to have more than 10 centimetres a 1,000 years of carbonate sediment accumulation, I believe. but it's
Yeah,
something
but
we could
you know,
test.
I mean, I think right, and I think you're absolutely right. I mean, my gut feeling is we're looking at things on the 100,000-year timescale here.
Well, then that's interesting because if we know it's about 1 kilometer from this hill to Von Dam on an ultra slow spreading ridge that spreads at a centimeter a year, if the two were related to one another, in terms of like just, I mean, it's got probably nothing to do with the local setting, but the age difference from one point to the next. If you wanted to make the Mid-Cayman rise a kilometer wider, it would take you 100,000 years. I
Yep.
think that's right. Pure coincidence, I'm sure. So we're heading in this little herc, currently heading along 340. We are part way from D04 to D05. Depth is 2458 meters. We're over thick biogenic carbonate with some hollows in it.
What is it, video?
Is that another little piece of wood? I believe it is.
Yeah, it's like almost kettle brass or something.
Is that the seagrass stuff? Any biologists online?
Can I see it with the lasers?
Yeah, can we have the lasers on, please, pilot?
Already on, video, come on. Let me get the lasers.
There we go. So it's about 5 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters tall and a centimeter wide, Paul. And it looks like it's actually been winnowed out. It's paler sediment all around it. Well, it's been hollowed out. So maybe it's not just lying flat on the sediment.
Hurry up, video.
Our video guys decided they wanted to look at the shrimp instead, Paul. Did you want to go back to the other thing? Yeah.
Of course.
Any further thoughts, Paul? Paul's thinking. Okay, unless you have any objection, we'll zoom out and let the pilots go back to what they were doing. Very good, pilot. We didn't hear any answer from Paul, so let's continue. If you wanted to get some more video of the shrimp, if it's not too late, or it may have disappeared out of your field of view. Okay, let's continue proceeding across the seafloor. And now let's just drop a marker there, please, to go inside where we saw that, whatever we think is woodfall.
This one should be 139.
Very good, yep, that's what I have as well. MCR 139 at that woodfall site. That's halfway around the north side of Mount Doom, approaching the D05 location. And we're back over biogenic carbonate sediment, which continues to have a healthy abundance of holothurians compared to what we've seen in many other locations during our expedition. And then now at these levels of excitement, as soon as we do get to D05, then I'd like us to arrange to start heading up the hill as soon as you guys are ready.
Understood. How do you see that rock type disturbance top right corner in your field of view? Just gonna let the light go.
Yes, put a bit lower.
Yeah, we'll check that out.
Nice snail shell.
Yes. Well, it's got a little siphon sticking out of it, so apparently it's a live snail, not just the shell.
You can see its trail behind us. The smooth sand.
It's pushing back the frontiers of what it does almost as fast as we do.
Right, he wants to be friends.
Alright, unless Watchleader wants to stay a little longer, we're gonna move on.
No, that's good, pilot, thank you.
Move on. Alright, also moving. Looks like there's a depression about. We thought there was some rocks right there.
So I think we have a target on the sonar that's going to give us some rock to look at before we leave this side of the mountain completely. And by our navigation charts, we're actually getting very close to D05 now.
Nav bridge.
Ship stop by.
Yep.
The ship has just reached its endpoint. I expect Sirius to keep moving a little longer. And Bobby's joined in from Denver. Hi, Bobby.
Nice big sponge there, Chris.
Yes. Pilot, if we could zoom on the rocks first and then get the sponge after. So I think the rock right under the lasers right now, that dark face. Nav, if we could drop a marker here, please. It should be MCR 140. MCR 140 is being dropped. Heading is 211 degrees. Depth of the ROV is 2463 meters. If we could zoom a little wider, please. So we have dark foliated rock. Same kind of stuff we've been looking at all day. The order of a meter across. And then pilot, if you could get us up to have a look at that sponge as well. That'd be some pretty video if we have some time.
Is that full one?
I do still, if you see where the lasers were just there on that height, I do sometimes wonder whether these aren't hollow at the end. But I know that's just wishful thinking. We'll get up the hill soon and I'll find out. And for those of you in the front row, I think if you want the ultimate in telepresence, I'll just let you know that Bobby John, who is not in the control room today, or not in the ECC, is busy trying to stream your live video feed on her phone at Denver Airport right now. It's extraordinary.
That's almost a little scary.
it does apparently. Fine.
Most of it's staying back.
But yeah, let's see what we can do with this guy.
You can take your lasers off if you want to.
That was getting blown away. The lasers off, co-pilot? Lasers off.
That's great.
And this is still at the MCR140 site. So this is a sponge, is that correct?
Looks like it to me.
Let's see if I can line it up for you. There we go, perfect.
Very pretty. Nice job, guys.
Satisfied with that video? Because I think it's time for me to move on. Were you full zoom before? It was, okay.
Okay, thank you, Bobby.
I believe I
We're ready to
saw
go?
one more section, one more little outcropping to your left about 45 degrees out, in my opinion, or so. Could have been wrong, though. Sort of the direction we're going. Ship is. Well, check it out.
The ship is stopped.
Ship is.
Okay, let's have a quick look to see if we can see this rock, and then we'll start the next move up the hill to the summit.
Oh, hey, he's looking tall.
Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, let's go look at that guy. I tell you what, in the serious view right now, you can almost see like a wave of sediment, and Little Herc is just passing over it now. It's like it's come down the hill. This is like a mottled interface, and this thing's sticking up. And in fact, it's hardly any rock at all, but it's a very pretty bit of coral.
Just turn around and swing over to you.
Next direction of travel will be pretty much due south.
Let's drop another marker here for this piece of coral, please. Sound MCR 141. Thank you, Nav. So again, it's just a little bit of dark foliated sediment you can see exposed there. The sediment banked up against it with the coral on top of it.
Video, can you give me a real quick snap zoom? Just get an idea of how we're doing on that map scene. Is that going to be good for your liking? Alright, you can come wide then if you want, or stay zoomed.
And pilot, I'm happy to stay here as long as you want to collect some video, but then we'll be on our way further as far as science is concerned.
Can you come a little bit wide for me? Let me see if I can find you a prettier section.
Very nice, very nice.
And then Nav, you could tell me what the next ship move's going to be, please?
Go ahead. Whenever you want, go in, and should be lined up just now, but has pretty white columns.
That'd be a great desktop pattern.
There's a little bit of yellow in the top right corner. There we go. There's a nice desktop. Some kind of account, Paul. Those are octocorals, is that right?
Co-pilot will line up for
Got it in one, Chris.
And I got it in 8. Fortunately, I still had enough fingers. I haven't got to the top of Mount Doom yet. Okay, Nav, I'm ready to move on. Let's head up the hill whenever you're ready, please. Very good.
I know you said it a couple times here, but what's our next move? Due south, but uphill.
And the distance to D06, please.
Should be about 60 meters.
And would our speed be 0.1 because we're going uphill?
I think we can maintain 0.2.
Okay.
It'll be that. It looks shallow enough to maintain.
Okay, let's go for that.
Okay, pilot, I think I'm still moving slowly. It's 300, but definitely still heading around to due south. Alright. Heading you port time, just the way you're going.
So that was MCR 141, pretty much coincident with our waypoint D05. Heading on the nearest is,
Go ahead.
sorry,
60
Little Herc
meters,
is
due
218
south,
degrees.
0.2 knots.
60 meters, due
Our
south,
depth
0.2 knots.
at
We
this
expect
point
the events at the top of this
is
hill.
2461 meters.
That's the idea.
Oh,
And
crossing
we're
my
heading
fingers.
uphill over pretty much 100% biogenic carbonate. And once more we're seeing both live and dead corals as well as holothurians here. Okay, off we go. Onward and upward. And what we're going to do here is head up to the summit, and if the thing isn't too horribly old, and it is related to hydrothermal activity, we might be able to see a proud chimney. You might remember that at the Von Dam site, we climbed up a slope like this, up to about 2,300 meters, or just below 2,300 meters, and then there was a tall structure, a mineralized chimney, that was the order of a few meters wide and 8 meters tall. Pilot, can we zoom on that rock just to your left, please?
Make it happen, video.
Okay. Okay, thank you, pilot. I'm not sure I can see. Oh, maybe I can see foliation in that. Nav, let's drop a marker there, please.
Unfortunately. Yeah. Pilot, I just zoomed in your sonar screen to 20 meters uphill.
So it's 1752 UTC, 1252 here on the ship. We are at a depth of 2458 meters. We are heading south from the north flanks of Mount Doom, heading up towards the summit. Our predicted depth is about 2430 meters, so we're probably going to come up about 30 meters to get to the top. And we're going to see if there's anything remotely interesting there, or whether it's going to be purely smooth carbonate sediment. Looking like a lot of sediment so far. And still very high concentrations of holothurians compared to what we're used to. And I guess that's actually something Mike thinking about before we talk about rates of sediment accumulation. That for this kind of size of population of holothurians to be sustained, there must be a significant flux of phytodetritus coming down.
To the slight right of your course. There you go. Straight on course there.
Yep.
What you say there, Brian? It sounds like
And it looks like we're picking up something on one of the situational cameras for the pilots.
rocks get
We have rocks right ahead. Let's go and see what we have here.
sketched out up there.
So Little Herc is getting off ahead of Sirius as we're going up this hill. In a very healthy configuration. We're on a heading of 173 degrees as we approach this rock. Let Sirius catch up with us a little so we can move in more comfortably. I saw a question in the text, what's the ROV temperature here? The temperature 4.15, same as it has been all day. This is our local background temperature. So we're now approaching this rock. Heading is 178 degrees. The depth of the ROV is 2452 meters. Nav, could we drop another marker here, please?
143.
And this is going to be marker 143 as we look at this rock.
There appears to be a high concentration of moony starfish about 1 or 7-meter wide. So we've been flying out to see probably several of those in the image.
And where are you seeing that, Roland?
Any of those white things that you're seeing on the map. Something that biologists might want to look at after I get back.
Okay.
Not going to make it out of the details.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's more of that dark foliated rock. I think on the far right, I could see some of that yellow discoloration in there as well.
Go ahead, William. No. Thank you, Marty. Come on. See if I can hop up there. Good. There you go. We'll go better this time.
And if we could zoom a little wider, please. That's good, thanks. And again, you can see some of this evidence, this yellow-orange discoloration coming through the black manganese oxide coating in places. But it's also picking out this foliation in the rock as well. You can see striking down from top left to bottom right, that kind of angle. Okay, thank you, pilot. Let's head on up the hill. And again, you can see the sediment here picking out the... can we have our lasers on, please, if they're not there?
Lasers?
Maybe they're just not, there we go. So you can see on the left side of the rock there, you can see the sediment picking out layers on the order of about 5 centimeters between each.
Go ahead, William.
And again, that's the thing that you can see the thick, dull, matte black coating here is the manganese oxide. It tells us this rock's been around for a long time. But what it does allow us to still do when we zoom in there is you can see the layering that's basically running along the length of the rock from top left to bottom right. And the layers are the order of probably 2 to 3 centimeters thick, I would guess. Okay, thank you very much. Let's carry on up the hill.
Outside the moon, the final angle is about 45 degrees.
So we're continuing uphill back over 100% biogenic carbonate sediment. We're on a heading of 173 degrees at depth of 2450. So it's going to be the interesting challenge now when we get to the top. Is this going to be a completely smooth, rounded summit, or is there going to be a lump that we can pick up on our sonar when we get there? And on top of
Nav
everything
bridge,
else,
good
what
call
we're
with
doing
the
here
stop.
today as well is, like we did on the Von Dam, what we found is a nice way for us to orient our navigation and intercalibrate from one dive to the next, was that there was an unambiguous top to the spire, the shallowest point on the Von Dam site. So what we're doing here is we're also trying to check out exactly what our offset might be between our navigation and that of the multi-beam we're flying by today that came from the Autosub 6000 AUV in the UK. And the obvious way to do that is we'll go up to the very top and work out where the summit of this hill is and make sure that that coincides, and that our navigation today of where we've been coincides with the shallowest point on the map, which according to theory should be just about ahead of us and a little over to our right at the D06 location in our high pack underlay. Meantime, we're now up to 2445 meters on a heading of 163. So continuing to climb. I've climbed up 5 meters already since that last rock that we looked at. But according to the map, we still have about another 15 meters at least before we get to the summit.
This is looking pretty well up here.
And that's kind of healthy. We're heading on a heading of 170.
I'm almost thinking that the offset was about just to the west, so that would make sense.
And we believe we're driving straight uphill right now. Still plenty of holothurians here on this biogenic carbonate. And we have a lump on our sonar about 10 meters out. I would settle for a spire without any shrimp, but I'm not quite sure how it's going to be a boulder if it's... I'm not sure where the boulder landed from if it's up the top of the hill. It kind of rolled very far. Let's go take a look at that anyway. Yeah, it looks like a rock to me. Nav, we can get ready to go ahead and drop a target here, please.
Of course, this is EX1104.
Now that has a really nice curved surface to it on the top. Can we go in and have a look at that top layer of that outcrop first, please? And Nav, we have the ship stopped at the moment, is that correct? Yeah, pilot, I think directly above your lasers, the... So I think that we want to stay in this orientation, please, pilot. Maybe just if we can move right.
The problem is I watch the cameras full up right now.
Yep, okay, I wanted to keep that same orientation, that end onto that outcrop though. Can you see there's a curved dome to the top of the rock on the right, above your right laser? And it looks like a little arch going over the top. So up a little on your right laser still. Directly above your lasers now.
Yeah, that's why I had to move a little bit, just to get some altitude. My camera's full up right now, so Gideon, let's see what we can do.
That's great, thank you, because that's got a... So it's got a curved upper top to this rock, but I can still see foliation in the rock itself. So we have a dark foliated rock. curved upper surface. I don't see a lot of yellow staining in this. This was MCR144. We're at a depth of 2438 meters. And we're facing on a heading of 274 right now. Okay, thank you, pilot. That was great.
Video come wide.
And now I guess I'd like us just to continue up and see whether we can find the absolute summit and the shallowest point on the hill. Very good, thank you. So we must be extremely close to the top of this hill now, Mike. Just for a moment, I just saw the curvature to the top of that thing. I got all excited that maybe I was going to go and see pillow basalt and really confuse myself. But whatever the rock is, it's still got foliations in it. It still looks like same as the stuff we've been seeing all day. I don't know if there's anything more you'd like us to look at as we do the watch change. Maybe pan left in a moment and have a look at that. But if there's anything you want
Chris,
to see, just sing out.
thanks, Chris. No, I agree exactly with what you said. I saw that curved surface to start with. And if you look at it, it could be being accentuated by the sediment kind of just filling in on top there. It definitely does look like what we've been seeing all the way up the hillside.
Yeah. And just that upper morphology, just for a moment, maybe panic and think it was something completely different and we've been missing something all day, but when we zoomed in, it was still that foliation. And if you look over to the left from the lasers, again, that's what you see. Again, there's nothing there that looks like. I think we're very fortunate that we had such a good day looking at pillow basalts all day yesterday as well, that we know exactly what they should look like, and this isn't the same.
Paul to take over to do the summit, huh?
Can you repeat that, please, Mike?
Paul to take over to do the summit.
Paul's taking over at 1:30. I'm going to take you up to the summit, and then Paul will take over, and it'll be all downhill from there. Actually, more accurately, Paul's going to take you to the promised land. It's one of those typical dives where I'm setting Paul up for extreme success and excitement by taking over some very boring stuff all day. So for the second time today, I've driven a pilot to the end of their tether. We've made it to the summit of Mount Doom, pretty much. We're at a depth here of 2432 meters. And Jeff, if we spin around, is it downhill in all directions from here? Still more up in the Sirius view. Looking around, yeah, around 190 maybe. So it's still sloping downhill. Oh yeah, let's go look at the rock, can we? Yep. I think due south is still a little uphill, right? Yep. So I think due south is there's still some more uphill to be done. But if we're hanging out here, if we're hanging here, we could just take a look at that rock that's nearby. And Nav, if we'll drop one more marker when we get to this rock, please. And this should be MCR 145. And if we could grab a snap zoom on that when we get the chance, please. Very good, thank you. So we are looking at this rock near the summit of Mount Doom. Our heading is 200, and our depth here is 2434 meters. And the interesting thing here, Mike, is this is still rock that's looking like it's sitting proud on top of the sediment, even though it's right up at about getting close to the shallowest point there is. I'm not quite sure how a rock falls downhill from the top of a mountain.
Agree totally. My best guess would have to be that the rock in Mount Doom is incredibly irregular, and this just happens to be one bit sticking on top of a mound that still is that's sticking up enough that the sediment haven't covered it yet.
Right. I suppose you can see sediment actually draped up on the uphill side on the left.
Chris, can we call this the Dalek site?
The Dalek site?
Think he looks like a Dalek?
Oh, I see what you mean, Paul, yes. And you know, Doctor Who is one of the more popular shows worldwide, not just in the BBC, so it's in fact it's one of the most popular streamed on the internet, so what better place to I think you can call that the Dalek Rock, Paul. How about that?
That'll do.
After all, Chris, you are the Doctor. And we trust
and if
you.
we could zoom a little further wide, please. Very good. Yep. That's great. Thank you, video. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's more of the same rock we've been seeing all day. We're on our orientation hasn't changed, still on our heading of, actually slightly changed, heading of 240. Depth of 2434. And that's what we found. Okay. Thank you, pilot. We're ready to move on again whenever you're ready. Right, one last push, gentlemen, to the top of the hill. We're going over the top. Rather than a Dalek, Paul, I think that's more, looks like a P-bug rolling over to the left on its back, to be honest. Its little legs flailing in the air, desperately hoping to find something interesting. Very good. We have 100% biogenic carbonate sediment cover. Depth of 2433 meters. And a heading of 203 right now. Maybe we should rechristen this Holothurian Hill rather than Mount Doom. Looked really impressive on the bathymetry. Depth now is 2431 meters. We're looking at carbonate sediment, highly furrowed carbonate sediment, 3 holothurians, and just establishing whether we have actually made it right to the top. Our depth now 2430. Some little targets just ahead on the sonar on Little Herc, apparently. Yep, just a little off to port as well. Oh, is there something off to starboard, or is that just mud? Okay. Nothing on the Sirius sonar. We're up to 2429 meters now, still continuing uphill. Still on biogenic carbonate sediment. It's not 10 minutes left at all. Oh, 10 minutes in my watch. Oh, I'm extremely happy, to be honest. It's 10 minutes to go in the hot seat, and I know exactly what we're going to see this afternoon, and we're going to go and have a really good fun while I'm sitting in the back seat, relaxing and enjoying it. Pilot, can we just zoom in on that little rock there, please, to the right? And Nav, we could drop a marker here, please.
146.
That's MCR 146. We're at a depth of 2427 meters. Our heading is 243 degrees.
My lighting should be pretty good on this scene.
We have more dark foliated rock at this location. Same as we've seen before. Thank you, pilot. That was good enough. Let's keep going.
How much ahead are you got?
Yeah, let's add a couple. Probably just about stretched out. Yeah, it's getting stretched
31
out.
meters. I'm gonna
And we're looking in
stretch my
the serious view now.
flares now.
We see these interesting scours
Stretch one.
in all directions, furrows at the top of this
Go ahead.
lump just here.
30 meters, 190 degrees, 0.2 knots.
I'm not
30
sure I can
meters,
see any
190
more.
degrees, 0.2
What do you
knots.
think, pilot?
Going
Do you think
down.
you can still see any more uphills ahead of us?
The sonar's showing uphill ahead of us.
Very good. Let's keep on going. Passing 2425 meters. Still thick biogenic carbonate sediment.
190.
It's a lot less smooth than it was before, though. There's lots of undulations here. A lot of dark and white, dark and light variability. One wonders what that is. Is it hollows in amongst boulders, for example? Did sediment drape over the top? See a lot of these cavities in our field of view. And still hugely abundant holothurians compared to, we've been seeing that all day, all the way from the base of the mountain up to the top. But everywhere we've been,
Yeah, I agree.
I think this may,
Ahead of us, but we are on a plateau.
okay, let's carry on uphill. There's a lot of undulation in the sediment here. We've seen much smoother sediment everywhere else we've been until now. You can almost believe, Mike, that if it really is that the rocks have a sediment cover, that the sediment drape isn't so thick up here, so that you're not covering over the bulges of the rock underneath.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, what Sirius is showing is that there are a lot of scours up here. Presumably it's the shallowest point, and the whales are hitting it, as a guess.
If they really are, yep. Actually, that's true, yeah. If that's the interpretation is correct, that these are whale scours, then this is the very shallowest point that they pick up in their sonars too. So I wonder if sperm whale feed on a diet of holothurians.
If they were whale scours, how long would they persist? How many
They'd
years?
be a bit like jelly babies, wouldn't they?
It's a very good question, Nav. We're asking, Navigator was asking if these really were whale scours, how long would they persist? And I'm really not quite sure. I think that again comes down to these ideas like Mike had, that what we need to see is what the actual accumulation rates are of the sediments. And if these things are the order of 10 centimeters deep, then just in terms of filling them in with stuff falling from above probably isn't the issue. It's probably more a matter of what's the rate of turnover from the holothurians wandering across this thing and stirring it up and bioturbating the upper layers of it. And I guess at that point you could say, with this many holothurians making a living just wandering around grazing over the seafloor, they may flatten things out over quite fast timescales.
The hollows created in the seafloor, the chances are it's decades plus. The experimental work done in the deep sea to look at recolonization after disturbance, it's 25 years in, and though there is recolonization, you can still see the initial disturbance that was created 25 years ago. So I suspect these can go back over years.
That's looking northeast back down the hill the way we came. And just holothurians all over the place as the sediment just drops away beneath us. 20 meters ahead of us, just Just a little agonizingly out of reach just yet. And it looks like there's something just coming into view now. We see holothurians ahead of us. We're on a heading of 170 degrees at a depth of 2421. Looks suspiciously like a big lump of rock. But let's settle up and have a look. It's quite a big lump of rock compared to what we've seen elsewhere.
I won't believe you're at the summit until I find the trig point.
And compared to the 10 centimeter width of the lasers when they span across the rock there, this is actually quite a decent sized lump we're looking at here. See lasers coming into view there. This is maybe 2 or 3 meters across. And in fact, uphill from here is now on a heading of 205 degrees. We can see we want to go above that. So we're seeing foliated rocks there. Now let's drop another marker here, please. MCL 147, thank you. On a heading of, let's see as we spin around to look at that. I do wonder if there was anything important up here, how far out we would be able to see it in our Sirius sonar.
Chris, is it my imagination, or could that be a stump of a tree, i.e. the bottom of a chimney on the top left?
Yeah. Pilot, can we have a look at that pointy thing in the middle on the left of that piece of rock? Go left on your lasers, please.
Yellow discoloration to the right.
Yeah, we can. I think it's unambiguous, Mike. Oh, sorry, it's ambiguous. Let's get it in sharp focus. Very knobbly outer texture to it. I could believe the if we can zoom just the coming down from the shallowest point on the left, there's a little notch back up again.
Thanks.
If we could zoom in on that, please. I think that little thing in the top left of the corner. That's what I'm wondering, is whether it's dead coral stalks growing on the outside or something. Yeah, I think that's probably what that is, because it's sticking out too far from the edge of the summit. Thank you, video and pilot. That's a good close look at that. Let's zoom out again, though. And it's very hard to tell. Mike, you thought you saw some yellow discoloration to the right somewhere? Maybe we need to zoom wider still?
Yeah.
And video, if we can zoom wider, have an observation from the beach, they think maybe they can see some yellow discoloration further around to the right. Oh yeah, I see it in the foreground. I think this is this same foliated rock, Mike, to be honest. It's the same foliated stuff we've been looking at further down with the same yellow-orange discoloration.
Probably.
Folks, I think we're in a world of diminishing returns up here. If there was going to be a really obvious thing to see, we would see it. I still don't quite understand that conical shape, but there's so much gnarly stuff in the foreground here. And this, just in the foreground, Mike, of the field of view on the right, extreme right-hand side, halfway up the picture, is this blobby, knobbly kind of curved surface to something. I have no idea what it is I'm looking at there. Pilot, could we get what's in the right-hand third of the picture in our center of our field of view? Please, thank you. See I mean, this stuff, I have to admit, I don't really know what I'm looking at here. We have something that's smooth, that's growing up out of the rock. It's got a much smoother texture than the rock itself. Is this dead coral?
MN encrusted coral.
My guess just coming right over says from my perspective it looks like a coral. Alright, man, so the ship stopped moving.
Yep. I think it's just a...
Okay, yeah, I'm slowly moving.
Okay, actually our interpretation here, Roland in the video thinks it's probably just a dead piece of coral that's sitting on top of this rock. So we, Pilot, thank you very much. Let's not waste our time here any longer and let's move along. Sorry for that.
I did pass through in this viewing.
Okay, watch it, this is Nav. Okay.
Go ahead, Nav.
So we'll go to,
the ship has stopped.
I think that rock is the only thing I see on this.
Yep. It's going to be our last target, so let's drive up to this one. We'll drop a waypoint here, check out what rock type it is. And we'll head back down the other side of the hill.
So that rock is directly below me.
So, Nav, if we could drop one more waypoint here, please.
After that, we have it as 148.
MCR 148, very good. We're on a heading of 295 degrees.
Just take a little bit more up to our right.
Depth here is 2420 meters. And it looks more of this dark foliated rock with a smooth curved upper surfaces.
So I'm right above you. I don't think I can provide any lighting.
That's good enough, Pilot. It was enough for us to check it out. We don't need to hang around here.
Okay.
Nav, if we have nothing else on our sonar that's viable as a target here.
Roger that.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything.
Watch leader, where are you thinking?
I think it's probably time to head towards, head back down the other side towards D07, unless you've got any. I don't think there's any more significant topography really here. I think we've just got a smooth, sediment-covered, rounded hilltop.
I agree, that's what it looks like. So as soon as the pilots are ready, we'll head on to D07.
Very good.
Settling out, so.
And I think
What's the general heading today?
this will be time for me to switch out with Paul as watch leader.
Northwest 225.
So we're setting off on a vehicle heading, Sirius is heading around 233 degrees. We're going to have a drop of some tens of meters to get back down to the bottom, so we're probably going to have to lose sight of the bottom on the way down there, probably to do this in an expedient way, but I think all we're going to see is sediment and bare rock anyway, so Probably nothing too much lost, and at this point I will sign off and hand over to Paul Tyler for the rest of the watch.
Thanks, Chris. I think it was pretty exciting finding the hydrothermal alteration when we first started.
Yes. I think that was an interesting thing to have found, and just checking out exactly what a similar shaped thing to Von Dam could look like was quite good too.
Extra 5 meters.
Please.
Sure, 0.3 knots coming up.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Roland. This is Paul Tyler on the Okeanos Explorer, working in the Mid-Cayman Rise in the Cayman Islands Exclusive Economic Zone. We have the ROV Little Hercules now working at approximately 2,300 meters, examining an area that we've been calling Mount Doom. We thought it might be an extinct hydrothermal vent, but appears to be an extinct volcano instead. We're just going down from the summit now, down to one of the points called 07. And we have a very steep slope here, as you can see in the screen. It seems very rocky this side compared. We went to the east of the main peak on the way up, and we're coming down essentially the southwest side now, dropping away. Taking an ROV downhill is a non-trivial exercise because one, you can't go down backwards, partly because the tether comes out the back and you can't see where you're going. There is a small rear camera, but that's not really suitable for piloting by. It's just to make sure that nothing is chasing you all. So we have to go down a sort of sidewards. But as you can see, the slope here is very, very steep. It must be 50, maybe 50, 55 degrees slope going down. So we're on the steepest part at the moment. And in a few tens of meters, we'll start flattening out and we'll then start moving westwards.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome, Paul.
Good afternoon, Mike. I hope you and everyone in Rhode Island there are enjoying their Sunday lunch, um, and that you're comfortable and you enjoyed Chris's guide through the various parts of this hill this morning. Um, what looks like a tangled mess lying on the seabed looks like dead coral to me, um, but it looks like old dead coral, as though there was very, very active coral growth here in the past. Um, but it has presumably been shaken down here by earthquakes in the past, and has died, and looks as though it's covered in possibly manganese deposits.
So, Paul, why might the coral have died out? I mean, really everywhere we've been, we've seen dead coral, which implies that, if we were there, I don't know, whatever, some time ago, we'd have seen a coral forest. What might have killed it all?
It may well have been some form of earthquake. The corals that we've seen before on the other dives. Essentially, if you look at where it's attached to the rock, at the very most, it's about a centimetre thick stalk, and then you have a very high and sometimes what must be a fairly heavy bush above it. And what may well happen is that as a function of the shaking that occurs with earthquakes, those stalks just break off and they fall into the sediment, can no longer filter feed and die. Now we're back down on virtually on station 07. I shall tell you some Holothurian stories. You often find Holothurians in large numbers like this, and one of the analogies that has been used, not just for holothurians but for sea urchins, is they're a bit like the bison that used to cover the plains of North America, that they generally work an area and they eat all the organic matter in an area such as the bison did, and then they move on, leaving that area fallow, and then go on to another area and eat the organic matter there. Whether they really think that they do that, or whether it just is instinctive, I have absolutely no idea, and whether the analogy is true, I've got no idea. But what is interesting to me as an ecologist is in the Northeast Atlantic, in the mid 1990s, there was a change in the Holothurian population, and before the 1990s, the annual deposit of Phytodetritus in the summer rarely got completely consumed, throughout the year. And then with this change in the Holothurian population, a massive increase in numbers, the Phytodetritus was actually being consumed in something like 3 or 4 months. And that had a profound effect, of course, on all the other animals in the community. So these Holothurians are important in structuring sedimentary communities. Chris, private line. It wasn't called West 1, was it, by any chance?
There is a West one. Is that what we're looking for?
Nav, I'm just checking with Chris on that one.
Okay, that is. Yeah, you may want to pull the West one. They may have renamed it.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Nav, that looks as though it's been renamed as West 1. Chris says it's the right direction.
If West one is where we want to go, that's
Hang,
870 meters. So.
yeah, hang on, Chris. There's a lot of chatter going on. Yep, that looks good to me. Sorry, Chris, do you want to... private line, Chris. Oh, there you are. Yeah, that's it. Oh, West 1. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
So I'm still over on heading in.
Is West 2 the next one? Oh. Can we look closely, please?
Go ahead, roll. Okay.
Oh, wow. That's a different.
Yeah, it looks pretty uninteresting. So that's like 850, 870 meters away, and looks like it goes down and then comes back up to kind of where we are right now. So once the pilots are ready, we can do it half a knot and see if they can handle that terrain or not. Kind of play it by ear.
Just trying to get going.
Okay. Okay, and as I understand it, the priority once we get there is West 1 to West 2, and that's what we want to see before the end of the day.
So I'm slowly becoming.
That's right.
Are we going to go into like tow configuration or? Okay.
I've seen it done, so I think I can do it.
Okay. No stopping. Okay. Okay.
Hello, Jill.
Yeah, this is Jill.
Hi, Jill. I guess Mike's still having lunch, is he? I was just commenting that this looks much coarser sediment to me in this sort of plain than it did on the hill. It seemed much finer up the hill than it does down here. And it looks as though, to me, again, there's more organic matter in the sediment. It was really just for the record.
As far as I can see.
Yeah, we agree that that really looks bigger grained here, and there are less holothurians.
I'm looking 50 right here.
Right, I shall sit back and enjoy us going over the seabed. Very mottled seabed here, as I'm sure you can see, folks. Seems to be a lot of chatter going on the event log.
I'm gonna do a tether check with landing speed.
A little bit.
Tether feeling nice and strung out.
Okay.
Snap zoom mode.
With the bridge. We'll do a gradual up and then a gradual down when we get closer.
We seem to have Wood here, and I've just been booted out the chat room by the looks of it. I don't know if anyone else is still in, if they can log on.
He says something on it there. Piece of metal.
Let's just keep going, chaps.
Yeah, I think the chat room's dropping in and out, Paul, so we're probably all suffering.
Heavens above,
Thank you. That was fun.
I was just getting into some fairly useful abuse of you, Chris.
It's back live again, you can abuse away.
Okay, guys. Another thing to keep in mind is we're starting to
I
get
see in the chat room Diva's abusing me as well, calling me a quite broken down wooden plank.
Also, if we're going faster, that means you guys will kite up a lot more, which means when we get there, I'm not going to slow down completely. but you'll have to come down a lot less. See what I'm saying?
So we're gonna see at the destination. Are we gonna go up? We're gonna turn and then go up, or?
Yeah. So I'm not gonna come do. We're not gonna come do a big stab over it. We're gonna slow down significantly, but.
We've accelerated to 0.7 knots and it's speeding up to 1 knot. As you can see, we're really tearing over the seabed here to get to West 1 as quickly as possible. Okay folks, we're making good progress. The ship is 100 meters or so away from the site, but it's still going to take a little time to get there. Looks as though we're actually running on schedule, that's what we hoped, so we should be able to get up at least part of the way from West 1 to West 2. I do notice that my buddy list seems to be getting very small. 2 people are outside it and there's 8 of us in it at the moment. We had a pretty large number the other day. Even Santiago Herrera's dropped out. So seabed has hardly changed at all. If anything, it looks a little coarser. Coming up, looks like a suggested shrimp, a shrimp of some sort. Holothurian. Pretty sparse now, the Holothurians. Okay, there's 2 in the screen, so that's a positive population increase.
Okay, guys, the ship has stopped moving, but you have not. Okay, and we won't swing out at all with our momentum.
No, the momentum will not cause the vehicles to overshoot.
Okay.
It'll describe a channel arc.
Okay. Is that because we're so far down and not that far out comparatively?
There's a lot of drag.
Okay.
There's a lot of drag. So it'll be interesting to see what the result is.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take note of it. Let me calculate the next move and send it in.
You want to see if you can pick it up in your phone? Sure. See. Jeff, look at your pilot cam over there. Yep. Ah, put it right to the light. That's all you need to see. Yeah. I'm gonna fish out. Okay. Ooh, look around.
Bridge is now.
I'm looking straight down.
Go ahead.
We're going to go ahead and call in our next move,
okay.
if that's okay. I'm going to go 225 meters, 303 degrees, and we're going to keep it slow at 0.1. We're going uphill.
Okay, so we have 225 meters, 303 degrees, 0.1 knots.
Roger that, thanks.
Starting it now.
Thanks.
Nav, if you can tell me when we're dropping the marker, please.
Sure. We can, the ship is close to West 1, so we can drop the marker now. If you want to, we can wait until the vehicles swing by. If you'd rather get a visual on some stuff before we drop the marker.
No, I think we'll drop the marker now.
Okay, and that's 149.
So I'm just going to stay in your light. Okay. You provide the guiding light.
Okay, folks, we're still moving over a fairly flat seabed here. We haven't quite reached West 1 yet with the ROV. The ship is just over, fractionally to the north of West 1. So we're essentially going to be starting to turn, and we'll be going over flat seabed, I suspect, for a little time yet as we start progressing towards the northwest. Holothurians, rocks, and sediments. Is that better? Apologies.
Alright guys, to give you an idea, once we get to West 1, the average gradient there will be about 33 degrees. So, or 33% or something. So, we're gonna go at point 1. Reasonably so.
Copy that. How far are you? How far am I right now?
You are 115 meters. It'll hurt us less.
Yeah, slightly more than.
Paul, is the plan to stop the ship at West 1, or are you going to pass through?
We're passing straight through, Chris.
And have you changed speed on the ship?
The ship is coming down, will be coming down to point, the ship has stopped at the moment. The ship is going to go off to the northwest at about 0.1 of a knot. It's so steep, they don't want to go any faster.
So we're going to settle up first before we move off
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah, the ROV isn't quite at West 1 yet. If you look at the navigation, it's slightly to the east-southeast of West 1, almost to the east of West 1.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I wanted to make sure the ship was going to stop before you started going northwest to let them catch up.
Yep.
The ship's already on its way up the hill.
Oh, it is starting up the hill, so they'll be bringing it round.
Very good. For you, Professor Tyler, the sediment is over.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, it's rock on now.
You got some time to look at it.
It's rock surrounded by sediment. I've changed my mind. Should we just look at the sediment, Chris? No, only joking. Actually, it does look like a dirty great pillow. What do you, Chris?
Well, it
Want
would
to
have to
say
be
anything
a
about
very,
it?
would have to be a very big one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how big they do get.
Rock is 9 meters.
Bobby seemed to think 1 meter across was quite big, and this
Yeah.
is more like 2, I would guess.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. It's still not particularly bright reflection on the sonar at the moment, but then we're still on fairly flat bits just here. You know, we won't be in the bright patch just yet. Nav, can we take a MCR here, please? 150.
Sure, 150, go through the hill.
There's something ahead of me. Return straight ahead 16 meters. Let's go there. Do you want me to follow you as you get on narrows?
Was that a navigation waypoint, Paul, or something you saw on the seafloor?
No, that was just going through, more or less through West 1 with the ROV. We noted when the ship went through it, and we're just at the base of the hill, and we're starting to go uphill now.
Very good.
There's another one.
Yeah.
And could we get a water depth and heading, please, Paul?
Heading is 245, and the water depth is 2467.
Thank you.
Nav, that's fantastic having both up. That's great. Thank you.
Keep in mind the one on the right isn't the real-time ship location. I'll update it periodically.
Understood. For those on land, we're just heading towards, we're going through West 1, and we're heading towards the corner of the bright spot. I'm not sure if you've got it up on your screens. Yes, at the back at in URI, but you can see the corner of the bright spot under the stern of the ship. We're going to go straight through that up to West 2, which is in the top left-hand corner.
These rocks are just going to get more and more concentrated, guys.
I'm not going to have time to do very much.
No?
My intuition, guys, is the first little bit is less important than the rest.
Say that again, Paul?
And my intuition is the first bit of this transect up to West 2 is less important than the rest.
Yeah, I think if you don't see anything compelling, we'll keep moving.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
But I think you're doing okay. It's 20 past 3, so at 0.2 knots, you could probably get the nav to give you a time to get to W2.
I think we're doing 1.1 at the moment.
Okay,
So,
he can probably
yeah,
give you a time anyway.
Different looking rocks, so now I'm playing 310.
We have about 51 minutes and we're on point 1. I think it's just going to get worse from here, so I don't recommend upping the speed at all.
51 minutes at 0.1 knot, Chris. It's getting very steep here.
Thank you, Paul.
And notice the rocks changing. They look hydrothermally to me.
Yeah, we should have about 14 minutes of playtime at West 2.
Can you see any yellow or orange coloration, Paul? It's not obvious to me.
I see yellow at the moment. There's some dark ones, some of the others. This looks as though it's almost a scree slope. So it's Holothurians on it, so Not sure how much stow it's. See, some of that looks hydrothermal to me. Yeah, yeah. That looks like a landslide.
Yeah, remind me that you pointed, I pointed 310, that was my, but here, so 310 is my,
Can you see that, Chris? Okay.
my current direction, but right now I'm pointing 390,
Chris.
coming up, so showing to 300 now, get me on the corner, last one, looks very black right there, does. Paul, we will make it to West 1 if time spares, make it.
That's great. Chris, are you there? Oh, I thought you might be. No, I was going to suggest watching it outside in the dry lab. Yep, it's hydrothermal to me. So that the hydrothermal influence extends much further than I think we thought originally. If this is hydrothermal deposit here, and as far as I can make out from the nav, and you'll correct me, I think that we're actually still outside the bright area.
Paul, if you get a chance, if you could zoom just a little as we sort of drive over this, that would be helpful.
Can we zoom in a little bit, please, guys? How about that, Bobby?
That looks good, thank you.
Oh, is that Jill?
Bobby's in Denver.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I thought it was clever. Hi, Jill. Is that zoomed in enough or out a bit?
Yeah, that looks good. Thanks, Paul.
That's fine, guys. Again, that looks hydrothermal to me. He says suddenly become the world's #1 geologist, hydrothermal deposits. I don't know what it is. No, I was a child after the war, and we had sort of coke yards near us where I lived, and it had this sort of debris in a coke yard. And I've always thought the hydrothermal deposits look just like the waste from coal after it had been burnt, particularly. Looks as though there's a mixture here, Chris, or is this manganese coating? That to me looks hydrothermal, but then that looks as though it's on top of lava. Jill, we had to come out.
Could we get a marker here, please, Paul?
Nav, could we have a marker, please? This is 151.
Something tells me it's about to get very steep. Something tells me you're right.
Something tells me I might get excited.
It will get a lot
Can someone give me some idea of the angle? It seems about 70 degrees to me, but have I got that wrong?
I think it's less than that.
Swing to the right.
Yeah.
So
Fifth.
Paul, from west one to west two, we're going to go 222 meters, and it's 80 meters up. So that averages to about a 36% grade.
Thank you very much, guys.
Pull up. Okay. Honey. Okay. Go back.
Ooh, yellow. We have yellow on sonar, folks, if you're watching the sonar. I guess we're entering the bright spot.
So I see you in my sonar. About 17 meters to the moon. Less than 3 meters. Sonar. Discolor drop.
That looks volcanic to me rather than hydrothermal. Mike might be able to comment on that. I see some hydrothermal just beyond it. Mike, have you a comment there?
Yeah, Mike agrees. It looks volcanic.
Thank you, Joe. We're going up about 80 meters between West 1 and West 2. Pretty steep slope, 36%. I have to convert that into units that I used to use. That's 1 in 3. That's a seriously steep hill. Oh, and still the Holothurians stay with us.
I'm getting pushed out pretty far out.
Jeff, if you want to take a quick look at the high pack.
Yep.
I think if you stay to the right side of Sirius's screen, you'll see more rocks than if you went on this side. See what I mean? Just a suggestion.
So I'm up at this one closer to you. At this point, I'm just waiting for Sirius to catch up.
We're just waiting for Sirius to catch up, folks.
About 27
So
meters from the wall.
we're still fairly well down on this slope. Still quite a long way to go. Chris, oh, there you are. Do you think this could be a dusting of sediment over bedrock, or do you think this is hydrothermal and volcanic deposits? Say again?
See it getting off to my side.
Hey, look, shells.
Oh, do you see the shells?
Oh, right. Can we snap zoom if possible?
Yeah. Go ahead, Rolly. Grab those right there.
Okay, can we have a fix, please?
Sure, 152.
And wide. Thank you.
Well, we got some shell.
Yeah.
That's a start.
I'm just gonna follow this seam right up.
Yeah.
Right
Wow, look at that. Now, it's this sort of periphery around a vent that one might expect to find Bathymodiolus. No, they're dead pot Bathymodiolus, I appreciate that. But there's no shortage of them. This was obviously active flow through this sediment at one time. Can I have a quick snap zoom on that rod in the middle of the screen, please?
This one coming up or the
Yeah.
one just below?
Just below.
No, but I could give you the one right here. I can. So I'm go back down. My head to lock onto your away from the direction of travel. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. There you go. Take that roller.
Thank you, guys. I thought for a minute I saw something that looked so it could be alive, but some of those look fresher than some of the stuff we've seen in previous dives. There is a dusting of sediment over them, but not as much as I thought. That's certainly Bathymodiolus.
Okay.
Wow, that is just so cool.
Starting up again. Oh, I'm pretty far out in front of you, aren't I? Yeah. Okay. I've got time to look around. Look around. Let me go a little bit more right because I'm bringing my head to see away from my direction of travel. I hate to give up this vein.
But to me, it's interesting that the hydrothermal influence has stretched out this far. This makes the potential for this whole Von Dam field now to be really quite extensive. Must be a big site. My guess is it's actually bigger than Tag. Hmm?
Hey, what's that? Snap zoom?
Please. Yep. Marker, please, Nav.
Have it as 153.
Gotcha.
Word roller? Word roller?
Yeah, there it is. It looked like a little tusk shell. A group called the scaphopods. They're related to the gastropods, and they have a sort of shell that's just like a tusk.
Yeah, I gotta get moving to keep up. Yep, I'm getting distracted here. So yeah, a little bit more right. Paul was still cruising, but we just passed over another line. So what's this?
Thank you.
Take a quick look at that drone. It's a vertical fish. Okay,
Oh, it's a fish.
thanks.
Hi, Paul. Could you confirm what the orientation of the ridge is?
The north-south, I'm told.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Dave.
Seems like the more interesting stuff's over there. Oh, maybe the ship over there? Because my direction of travel is... Let me just push over in front of you and see if there's anything over there to add mine.
What? Yeah. What's that down there?
Take a look at that roll. More shells.
More shell. More shell. Marker, please.
And what? 154. Coming down to the seafloor. Get a good configuration. Okay. And we'll just push ahead slow. Sounds good.
I can imagine here why shell would survive, because I guess there would have been a diffuse flow out between all this rubble, and that's just the sort of conditions that Bathymodeolus likes. If you look anywhere where it's found, it tends to be in this very, really quite low concentration of hydrogen sulfide. Um, normally relatively peripheral to the main venting action. I'm convinced we're going to have to find some live ones.
Paul, what's the temperature on the ROV?
4.2. Because the populations of the shells are quite dense. Can we go in a bit, please, guys?
Should we take a signal?
There's shell everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Boy.
Too wide again. Okay. Try and get in a little closer.
Can we zoom in what look like holes there? Right in the middle of the screen, please. Could just be shadow.
Spot monster just off to the left.
Down a little bit, please. Just down. No, I think it's just shadow I'm seeing. Thank you, guys. What is interesting is it looks as though I'm not sure if it's a variety of species, but it's certainly a variety of shell sizes, suggesting that if it's all one species, there might have been a catastrophic ending to the population here, and they all sort of ran out of steam about the same time.
Starting to see crabs.
Oh, that's encouraging.
What's our depth now, please, Paul?
Of the ROV? Well, depth is 22393.
Hey, look at that.
Ah,
Interesting.
at the top of the screen.
Yep. See this rock here?
These are the tube worms you're looking for.
Yeah, I can see the boundaries.
That's tube worms. Oh boy. Are you guys going to make me happy?
Would you like a marker?
Oh, yes, please. Number 155.
Roger that.
Tube worms! Don't we love 'em? Sorry.
We like exuberance.
Ah, we found another patch. Oh.
Bring your head around if you'd like to see. Okay. What are we moving? We're at 290.
There's a question from Bobby of whether we can see any shimmering flow, Paul.
Not at the moment, I can't, but can we see any shimmering flow, guys? I can't at the moment.
Video cannot see flow yet.
Yeah, because you guys swung out a little bit, you guys are traveling like this, so northwest.
Yeah. I'm also not seeing any heads sticking out of any of the tubes.
Thanks, Roland.
So if we're actually traveling 312,
You look,
there's no way I'm
sorry,
to my left.
could you look up above that where that peak was? Just in the center of the frame, if you could go up a little.
We're going up a little bit. We're trying to get in a position where we can get a better view of these tube worms. See if we can snap in. Oh, look at the ones on the left, top left. There's a whole row of them. We've got a dirty great boulder in the way.
Zoom in on that way.
Oh, yeah. That's nice. I am pretty sure. Oh, look. There's babies as well. But I can't see any flow. But that's a nice little colony. That's very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah. Okay.
Which way are we going?
So can we just go up that last bit of rock for Bobby, please? And zoom in, please.
Grab it, Roland.
There you are, Bobby. Oh. Wondering if those are little bivalves in there. See? Yeah. Small bivalves. Yummy. Oh, don't you love zoology? We have to go, Bobby, I'm afraid. They're getting pulled along. Well, that was really... This is a long way from the other patch of tube worms, folks. So that's really neat that we found another patch, some distance, that looked very healthy. Lots of small ones. Did anyone get a note down? Young and old tubes. Thank you, Diva. That's great. That'll teach Jameson to go home early, won't it? I just wonder if we've got hydrothermal fluid seeping out of all this rubble, and then we mentioned earlier on, it's just like a giant sponge, and it's just got hydrothermal fluid in it. And it's just seeping out as more is injected towards the base. It looks like more shell. All we have to find to make it complete is a living population of mussels. It's not too much to ask. Just up the hill. Yeah, mind you, I've heard that a few times. Yep. Oh, you're pleasing me, guys. You're pleasing Chris as well, I can tell. He's got a little smile on his face. A little puckish smile. But this is a pretty steep bit of terrain, isn't it? I'm not sure. They again look like volcanic rocks to me, Mike and Jill. Not hydrothermal rocks.
Yeah, this looks like lava here.
I keep seeing these patches of black, and I keep thinking they're little groups of Bathymodiolus, but they're not. They always turn out to be shadow. It's really frustrating. But certainly down there where the tube worms were, there looked as though there was a couple of white shells that, one's intuition might say might be Calyptogena or vesicamide, might be a better thing to say, rather than getting too carried away with names. Oh, what fantastic scenery! Guys, is that bacterial cover straight ahead?
That looks like bacterial mats right ahead.
Yeah. Diva, hiya!
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
No, we think it's sand now. But you can see the mussel shells in it. I thought that might be a patch. You just wonder what's created that little patch of sand there. Can we see what's along the bottom of the sand? Can you see just to the right-hand side of that little mini scarp, little slope? I can't hang on, I'm just too excited. I have to be careful here, folks. I'm practically crawling over the video screen in front of me to get into the front row to look up closer at the main screen. Is that a live one? Not a broken shell, that's right. Marker, please. Sorry, marker, please, Nav. Nav, sorry about the lack of pleases. I'm a bit excited at the moment. I see some white specks. Yeah. Just has to be a population of shells somewhere. Hang on, folks. We've got to hold hard a minute. I think the ROV is getting ahead of the Sirius at the moment, so we have to adjust positions to get the best video, be able to get into the rock wall. Well, I think this is a really good bit of exploration. Coming up from a different angle to approach the Von Dam site, and actually finding evidence of hydrothermal activity much further out than we thought would occur. Okay, there's some indication from the backscatter, but this is really, really interesting. And to find a patch of tube worms this far out, I think is really interesting. Can't see any flow at all. Nice little crabs. Yeah. I suspect it's very patchy out here for various reasons, infill, things like that. Okay, we're moving off now, folks. Hey Jill and Mike, it looks very platy, that piece to the left of the screen, but then there's hydrothermal material right above it. See white specks as we're going along. Just by those, there's a bit of a crack there. That looks very hydrothermal, the deposits there.
Yeah, that looks like possibly hydrothermally altered rock right here in the center.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. It says it's not an actual hydrothermal deposit, it's hydrothermally altered rocks that have been parked there and had the hydrothermal fluid flowing over them. I know the first time I came onto a hydrothermal vent was, I think it was Broken Spur in the Atlantic, and it looked just like this. And I just thought to myself, I have no idea how we're going to actually analyze the ecology of a place like this. It just seemed such a jumble. I've been working on abyssal plains and on gentle slopes, and suddenly I've got what looks like a colliery tip. Okay, we just moved down into the water. This looks a fairly bare patch here, folks. Doesn't even look as though there's much in the way of shell debris. Thank you, Nav. We have 15 minutes left of bottom time, folks. I was wondering, should we head straight for the spire?
Off travel to get here. No problem. A little bit more space.
Once again? No. Okay. We're here at the moment. West 2 is over here, so we're going to run a. Yeah. We might find something we want a video. Come on, guys! I want some muscles. Living muscles. I think not.
So the Justin was letting me be a little bit more green before that. Okay. I'm just gonna wait here until traffic picks up. I don't see anything to go off. Okay. Yeah, you should have grab. Yeah, that is getting real strong.
Is it still as steep, the slope, or is it my imagination? It's leveled off a bit.
Seems to relax a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Again, a lot of this rock here seems to be hydrothermally altered. And that's a very yellow patch just there.
Take a look at that roll.
It's now a wonderful colour.
Let's go back now.
Bridge now.
Go ahead, Chris.
How much further do we have on that move?
35 meters.
Alright, great, thanks.
Roger that. He said we have 35 meters, and I'll extend it another 30 at point one. We won't even make that, so we'll just go until
More shells.
until pull time. Okay, Brian. I think we want to extend it 30 meters.
Just same move, same heading.
Sorry, what was the heading?
The heading is 303.1 knots.
303?
Yes,
Okay.
actually, yeah.
303, 30 meters, 0.1.
Roger that, thanks.
This area looks more sediment covered than the area that we have been looking at. Just wondering if it's happened or it's a bit older. There's some big boulders up ahead. Gosh, what a jumble.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. Excellent news, thank you. Hey, what's this? Looky here. Looky.
I see another tube worm, I think.
A whole bunch of them.
Whole bunch, yeah. Well done, guys.
I'll put my heading so the reflections better. It should look a lot, but
This, when we get there, we'll have a fix, please, and I'll make it 157. If at all possible, I'd really, when you're settled, like a snap on that sort of gravelly bit that's coming into centre screen, because there looks as though there's some quite small ones as well as those larger ones there. Oh, I didn't hit return that time, Chris. Oh, that's fantastic. Look at they're all babies. I wonder, oh yeah, can I see the obturaculum on that one? No, that looks like a hole. Any chance of going in really tight on that?
not wide rolling. Let's see what we can do here.
They look quite well buried in the sediment, this group. And interestingly, the sediment looks cleaner than the sediment surrounding it. Is that just my imagination? It doesn't have to be that one. It could be the one that's up at the very top of the screen. Might be easier. Yeah, that's it. Right, that one. There.
Where is that screen? Go ahead, Roland. Keep going till here.
No, I can't see obturaculum in that one. Oh, but I can in the one that's bent down. Yes, the one that's yeah. Yep, that's alive. Yes, that's definitely alive. Oh, brilliant. I'd hate to find a bunch of dead tube worms. That'd be really disappointing. But they're alive. I wouldn't say they're all alive, but certainly that one is. So I suspect there are others alive there as well. Thank you very much, guys. That's absolutely perfect. Can we just focus that on the background right? That is rock. I thought for it's got the sort of shape that could be a mussel shape. I'm so keen to find a mussel. Or a live mussel anyway. That's beautiful. Yeah, that shows the obturaculum. Lovely. And I'm pretty sure that one's got one as well. Oh, and that one has. Yeah. That one we will reserve judgment on. But no, that's really nice. And it looks as though they've stuck the tubes right underneath that rock. I wonder if they're just going down to get hydrothermal fluid from within the sediment there. I'm still not sure whether they're taking hydrothermal fluid in through the tube and then straight into the trophosome, or whether they're taking it in through the tentacles. Oh, you can actually see in that one The operculum is slightly coming out, and you can see the red of the tentacles through the tube there. Yeah, beautiful coloration. Ah, fantastic. Really, really nice. So that's a second living patch right down here in the southwest part of this this hydrothermal field. Uh, I'm done here, thanks.
I think I saw some flow coming out down the hill to the left about a meter or so. Okay, if you come out, Jeff, and then down the hill to the left.
We're just trying going down the hill. There's a possibility that the pilots have seen some flow down to the left.
Keep backing out.
Keep an eye on where it is off the back way here a little bit, and then I'll come back in.
Sure, let's do it. That rock to the bottom left of the screen here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's quite a few tube. Oh yeah, there seems to be a shimmer there, doesn't there?
Yeah. We want to head back over there. I think it's coming out down there.
Oh, this is quite extensive, the way it's running down.
Down here. See the rock to the left of the lasers here?
Oh my, it's right there.
Yeah.
See? Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Should we stop the ship?
Yeah, it'd be good, yes. And I'd like to, yeah. What's that there?
Oh my.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, this is a good place to stop.
Zoom right here. Look, there's a chimney
It's a good place
right in
to
the
stop.
front. Stop here. Stop here.
Yeah, we get.
There's a chimney
here,
right
please.
here.
Already done.
Yeah, Jill, we are stopping. This will be our last vision of the seabed, but we are stopping it. Yep, this is fantastic. We'd better take another fix. Heading 282.
I have it as marker 158.
Thank you, Nav. Chimney, yes, and way off where it was, but any have been seen before. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Don't you just love doing this sort of thing? Oh, wow. I'm going to have to look at the video later because I've missed most of it because I was typing things in and writing things down. Are we stopping the ship? Oh, great.
Yes.
Thank you, Nav.
Yeah, stopping here means that we're going to stay here until we pull out.
That's fine by me, and I think it'll be fine by Chris, and it seems to be fine by the people on the beach as well.
I'll let you know how long we have here.
Yeah, Jill, this is the last manoeuvre of the ship, and so we're going to stop and get some good video here of that chimney, but we won't be moving on afterwards. We'll be going up, just to let you know.
We have about 15, 14 minutes here.
Yeah, we have 15 minutes here, so we'll take lots of video. We might try and see if some more of the tube worms are alive, and we'll just have a little look round to see if there's any other areas. But actually, to have a proper chimney here, perfect. What an ending to a dive. Chris seems to pull the rabbit out of the hat at the last minute. How does he do it? Okay, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to let you enjoy this. Hollywood time, guys. Okay, you can see the flow quite clearly now. Can you see that on the beach? Can you see that, Jill?
Yeah, that looks really good.
That's just fantastic. It's very like the chimney we saw in the dive the other day. Oh, and the shrimp there. I hadn't realised that, but I just got my eye in on the shrimp. So that's great. So there's shrimp over this side as well. That's brilliant.
There are shrimp, gastropods, scallop lobsters, and tube worms.
Thank you very much, Diva. I'm glad you got all this down. I'm too excited to type at the moment. This is a nice little population. It looks as though it's coming out of the side here to the left, but it looks also as though there might be a jet coming out either on the far side or a jet coming out to the right. And the shrimp have very red backs, which suggests that they're, I guess they're undergoing development. I'm not sure which shrimp that is we're looking at.
It looks like Rimicaris, and the red ones seem to be always closer to the flow, as we saw in the Van Dam site,
Yeah.
and we think, and they're always smaller, so possibly that they're juveniles. I don't know.
They're the ones that are reproductive, I suspect. Oh, you can see the gastropods very clearly now. It looks like there's a population structure in the gastropods, different sizes. That is just so cool. Well, I'd never expected to find a chimney on this side. I thought we might find odd patches of diffusey type flow, but actually to find this is just brilliant. And look at the wonderful distribution of shrimp on that chimney. They are really tightly tied to where the the hydrothermal fluid is coming out. Temperature is 4.7. And there's a very black patch there to the right as well. It is just so cool, isn't it?
Go ahead.
See what I can do. Can we move 10 meters, at 135, 0.1 knots is fine.
10 meters.
I always thought it had to be black smokers to be exciting. But this sort of clear fluid flow just strikes me as far better because you can see that much more. Once again? No. Oh, you see fluid coming out of there, where the blacking on the rock is. That's fluid coming out as well. Should we try the other side? Can we zoom out at the moment, please? Yeah, just to get a nice. That's lovely. Keep going, and slightly to the. That's it. That'll get the whole lot in when we get to full zoom. That's perfect. It would be nice to go and look at it end on from the left-hand side, if that's at all possible, within the time remaining.
Hi, Paul. I think the temperature of these fluids is probably less than 150 degrees, since we can't see any anhydrite.
Indeed, anhydrite will just clog up the system, I guess, and you know the vents in the East Scotia Ridge have these great caps of anhydrite. But I really am enjoying actually having the vents clear so you can see the animals around them and the structure of the vent. I just think that's just exciting, I suppose. Sorry, chemists might not find low temperature fluids that exciting, but
So where are we?
I think you're trying to it's trying to rotate left. Yeah, you should. Yeah, there's the patch of tube worms.
I can't do anything as soon as I let go. I slip off it. Pull around.
Bridge.
Yeah, I'm backing up.
Go ahead, Brian.
Move complete.
Great, thanks.
That's quite a big area of where the tube worms were. Sort of almost landslide, it looks like. And there's the vent just down there.
About 5 minutes, we'll get this shot and then head on out there.
Yep, understand.
Unless we get it extended.
Now, where's it gone?
Jeff, do you mind if I readjust the camera so I'm very tight zoom? That's fine. Go ahead. Right, Ryan? Alright.
Your temperature's fine, Jeff.
That is a really interesting view from the side. I'm glad we've come round here. He looks quite different. You can see how the rock on the left is being altered by hydrothermal fluid. That's really good. Yeah, and Diva commented about the red backs. They look like young. They look smaller. They actually look almost different to me to Rimicaris. But I suspect they're the same species. But just wondering if they're a relatively new colonization of this site.
I just think, the red-backed ones are the juveniles.
Yeah, but they can't be juveniles because the red most likely is reproductive tissue. That makes them adults. Do you see what I mean? I think they might be. They might be
Okay,
the first. There might be the first cohort. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. The on the black. I I I think they're newly settled. I actually think they're newly settled, Diva, because they have a different shape dorsal organ to the other ones. Look, it's much more rounded.
I'm not convinced.
I am. And actually look at the body shape and the way there's almost an S shape with the adults, which isn't there in the juveniles. No, I'll be corrected here when we've looked at this closely.
Okay, guys, we got get this last shot and then we're done.
Okay.
That's
Roger that.
that's brilliant.
They had the red-backed ones on the other side, but they were always in the immediate vicinity of vent fluid. They were never off to the sides like the larger white Rimicaris.
Say again? I missed that. Say again, please, Diva.
I was saying at the Von Dam site, they
Yeah.
had the red-backed, what appeared to be Rimicaris,
Yeah.
and they were always in the immediate fluid flow at
Yeah.
the Von Dam site.
Yeah, you're right. No, there could be a function and an adaptation to growth. They have to be to grow quickly. Grow fast, die young, maybe. So,
How do you tell the difference between the sexes in these shrimp?
oh, it's the endopod of the second pleopod is the way.
The notch?
Yeah, which is very difficult. I think it's the endopod of the exopod of the second pleopod. Or you can tell by colour. No, they're too small. I think they recently settled. Actually, what I will buy actually here, Diva, I'm convinced they're recently settled. You know, they're the next generation that's settled on this site.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I then think that I don't know that they're younger than the other ones that we've seen at Von Dam.
Yeah. We'll just have to make sure that we continue this discussion on a cruise together. Won't we?
Anytime. Some of them are tiny compared to others.
Say again?
Some of them are tiny. Like if you look in at the black spot on the vent, there are some tiny shrimp compared to some of the other ones here.
They're doing Hollywood at the moment, I think. Getting some really nice video here. This is just such a wonderful little site. And the contrasting colours are brilliant. Well, we found lots of shell debris today, but we didn't find the living shells. But never mind. We found a hydrothermal chimney here that we didn't expect, well, I didn't expect to find this far from the main spire. So I think that's a really good bit of exploration for the day to come up with this. Oh, that's just so beautiful. Yeah, look at all those filamentous bacteria. That must be what they are at the end there. Oh, yeah. never seen the bacteria quite like that at any of the sites. Yeah.
Directly behind. Whoa. Whoa. Don't know what happened there. Dave, would it make a difference if I come down?
There's some coming out of the Chris. There's some coming out the left-hand side here as well, away from there. Did you guys see the venting fluid from the left of the screen there? There was stuff coming out.
Yes, noted.
Thanks, Diva.
Let's go find another one.
And we're incredibly close to Chris's west too. Huh.
Alright. So I need to turn 180 and see, I have a turn that I have to take out too. That I don't want to hit the wall. Okay. Tell you what. Okay, I'm coming out quick.
Are we done, Dave?
Vince could go ahead and take that turn.
Okay, on the beach. It looks as though we're done for the day, folks. Last bit of video, and the ROV is now coming up. Science meeting in 30 minutes. We'll talk to you then, and that will be at 6 o'clock your time. Thank you very much for being with us today. I think it ended up as a really, really good day. I think we showed that one hill wasn't a hydrothermal vent, and then we went across a bit of plain, and then we found a new chimney in an area where we didn't expect it. We found evidence of living tube worms as well in the same sort of area. So I think one thing we can say is this is a really big site now, and I think this is a great site to come back and work on in the future. So good day's exploration. Talk to you later, folks. Bye.
Thanks from OSEC. That was an awesome end to a day, and I think this site is very unique, and we're all very excited.
Thank you, guys. That was absolutely fabulous. That was a superb bit of driving at the end. Really, really nice to find those sites. Didn't expect those at all. Really appreciated. Great work. Very professional.
Thank you, that Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thanks, Paul. I told you we aimed at 3. So I try to track you in. See, they're going to think I'm still exploring, but actually I'm just pushing on straight behind.
On your cruise next year.
Coming anyway.
Yes, I'm just rowing boat tied to the back. What you want to do, you really want to get what's his name? The physicist guy.
So we're coming up a little bit.
Mike?
No. The one on the TV.
Oh, the cover. What's his face? Brian.
Yeah, Brian Cox. Because
well, he's asked to come, but
no, they'll bring a boat out.
Meant for 3 weeks. Oh yeah, we'll just
They'll
come
bring
down
a
today,
boat
right?
separately. Yeah.
He'll come down and tell us what he discovered.
Because essentially, oh gosh, they're still doing something.
You haven't finished yet.
Oh right.
Coming up.
The bottom line is, I think they want to do it next year.
Get ready to ask for a market receipt. Otherwise, now more muscles.
Yeah.
I just want to get some muscles here before we pull off the line.
There's more shell.
The problem would be. I think I'm leaving now. Is that a sign for me? Are we ready to pull up? No, let's pull up. Whoops. That's not the camera. I'm not going to pull up.
No, Vince, you keep coming up because he's got to stretch out.
Yeah. Okay. So I was gonna say. So I'm leaving now. Bye bye.
Bye, Seabird, and thank you for the day.
Get to check your tethers. Something push out hard now, Jeff. That ought to help you get out of the mud so we're not looking at each other.
I'm trying to set the tether.
Go ahead and get the ship going. Time to land.
Roger that.
I see the tether in the mini HD kind of barely.
Bridge net.
Seems good.
Nav bridge?
It's pretty
Alright,
straight.
we're
We're coming up off
Yeah.
the bottom here, so if you want to go
What speed do you want me to
at
go
your
at?
current heading,
25,
about
26
point
right now?
2, just to help us out a little, that'd be great.
Alright, we'll do point 2.
Cool, thanks.
Yep.
I said to
Daisy chain is clear at Little Herc.
Roger, thank you.
Pilot deck, how do we look?
And the lift line is clear of the football all the way up.
Roger.
Yeah, unless I'm told to turn it off.
Power off, please.
Copy that. Power coming off.